Start recording. Alright, so I am streaming and recording, just for posterity's sake, basically.
Fantastic. Yeah, I had to do some grocery shopping, and I realized the time got away from me a little bit.
It's all good.
That's not bad.
Shit, what'd you buy?
Groceries.
You
You got
said none of your
turkeys,
business.
vegetables, and shit. Things to, make food.
Wait, am I streaming? It says Frown is offline.
Yeah, you're not streaming on Twitch. Because when you said that, I opened
Now I
it. I
am.
was like,
Now I am. It just took a minute.
Couldn't buy a whole lot because am poor. Government still owes me money. Like, too much money. And boy, are they holding it hostage as long as they can.
I can't wait for one person to show up to the stream, right? And just type in chat like, man, 3 viewers and they're talking about their own life, huh? Really reaching for it.
Sure am.
Then someone tries to backseat game our story, like, no, you should have said this. And it's like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Actually.
I would request, I think, that none of you have the stream open for that reason.
Oh, I definitely don't have the
Because,
stream
like,
open.
I don't, yeah. I
Are you
don't
trying
want
to
I'm
your
not gonna
guys...
think
listen to
someone's
some
actually going to
rando jumping in here.
No, like, just in case, I don't want your guys' actions to be affected in any way.
Fair.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I will now leave the stream and your viewer count will cut in half.
That's okay.
Is there a way you can like private stream?
Nope, not on Twitch.
I mean, I could just record.
Yeah.
But I think I'm gonna do it.
So did any of you guys hear about the whole Super Mario All-Stars 3D collection or whatever?
I did. I am uninterested.
I'm pretty interested, but I also called it like forever ago when they first announced all those games were coming to Switch. I was like, that's gonna be another All-Stars, isn't it? And lo and fucking behold. Also, apparently it's coming out next week. I already pre-ordered it because I love the 3D Super Mario.
I'd be interested if I was actually capable of playing a platformer.
Are you like horribly inept at platforming?
If I had to pick a genre, that is the one I can't play.
Damn.
You can play horror games, but you can't play platforming?
Yeah, because unless the horror game's actually really good, which they're usually not, I just kind of look at it and go, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of good horror games.
And usually the good horror games tell an amazing story, and then I just get engrossed in the story, and then when there's a jump scare, I'm like, yeah, but what's behind that door? I want the story.
Give me the story!
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll just sit over in the corner playing yet another turn-based strategy game. So when I'm done with Fate Tactics, I don't know, maybe I'll go buy Other Side and see if I just bought an art style instead of an actual game.
Lamau.
You could easily just buy the new Fire Emblem and do the same thing.
But Fire Emblem's like 30% too much, waifu bait.
I mean, not this one.
30.
That's
I like how you had such a specific amount.
Three Houses is more story-based than the last two installments.
Oh, it is actually.
Yeah,
I've
like,
The story's
I've
pretty
also
easy.
watched people play Three Houses though, and it just, I don't know, it looks just really easy.
There are modes to make it harder.
I watched someone play it on the hardest difficulty with the challenge of I am specking literally every single person I have to be the I think it's Fortress Knight, the like absurdly tanky knight. It's like, yeah, let's get Lysithea out there in some heavy armor.
Okay, listen, guys, but can we talk about that there is an anime soccer game that just came out, apparently?
What called?
Called Captain Tsubasa?
That's what? I've heard that before.
I'm watching the fucking... What in the fuck was that? Like, I'm not gonna lie, this looks like a mix of, like, dumb and hype. Why the fuck? Who asked for this?
I mean, I don't know. I'm down for weird, crazy sports anime.
I am too, but this is a game.
Oh, it's a game?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, I've heard of that anime before. It's not new. Like, what kind of a game is it?
It's a soccer game. It's a sports game, but it's like anime sports. So there's like secret moves and shit.
What's
And,
it
like,
on?
At PS4.
Oh,
I
I'm not playing it.
I'm just trolling around the PlayStation store or whatever, and I look at this and I'm like, this was a game? But why? What even is this? Also, in typical fashion, they have the season pass, which is $24.99, right? But listen to this. You could get the deluxe edition, which is the game and the season pass, for literally just the same price as if you combined the two. There isn't a deal here. You could just get both at the same time.
Fantastic news. I will not be purchasing.
The prices are the same, and I'm gonna get them both anyway. I guess I can do it in one item.
I mean, I guess. I just don't see why there needed to be that item. There might be like a couple extra things, probably. That's the only thing I can think. Because otherwise it's literally pointless.
Probably like an alt skin for anime Lionel Messi that's just like his normal jersey, but with inverted colors.
Right.
Also, why is that like new Mario collection a like timed exclusive thing? Because that's
Dude,
like
Nintendo is stupid.
that's just fucking like rude to do a timed exclusive when a lot of people just can't even afford groceries right now.
Dude, yeah, it's really cool that it's not only a timed exclusive digitally, but like it's gonna be incredibly rare as a physical game. I'm probably really, really lucky that I got to pre-order a physical copy. Like, why? Why? Why would you do this? I super dislike Nintendo right as a whole.
So, anyone here from Luke, other than the one guy in his class that uses other phones?
No.
I found that really funny because all I could see with the one guy saying other is like, I didn't know Jesse is in the same class, because he's still the only person I've ever met that has that non-Android or non-Apple.
It is Android.
It's like half Android though, right?
No, it's full Android. There's a bunch of different
Who the fuck was other?
Why?
What does he have?
Windows has their own
Does he
phones,
have a
though it's also
fucking
technically
Nokia still?
Android. Unfortunately, Windows phones are also Android, so he was just wrong.
You could get a Razer phone.
Well, the Windows phones, even if they are Android, there were the couple that were specifically Windows and like really trash. I know because I had one.
Really?
I didn't have, yeah, I didn't have access to either of the useful app stores. I had access to the Xbox App Store.
You guys, I think I found like Chinese installation games on the PS4 because there's these are like knockoffs of like knockoffs. You have Horror Adventure, and it looks like it was made on the PS1. And then you have Golf, It's just golf.
Golf.
That's it. That's the whole game title. And it
Neat.
also looks like it was made on the PS1. What? We've... What? Prehistoric dude.
Hey, it works.
What works?
I'm adding our chat bubble to the stream.
Time
Hey.
to re-pull up the stream.
Hey guys, I'm a streamer now.
I'm proud of you.
Wowee!
Do you have any donation messages or anything?
No, I don't need those until I get donations.
Click the donate button. Wait, I don't think I can donate to you. I don't think you're like
Probably
an
not.
affiliated streamer or something
Yeah, I think
like
you have to
that
get
yet.
partner or something. I don't know how it works. I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care? You're a streamer now, Jesse.
I'm a streamer now, but I only stream for fun.
I can clip it.
You can still make money and have fun, fool.
No,
Well,
that makes it
that's-
not fun. Like, yes,
that's
you
very
can,
debatable.
but it does make it more challenging. Well, no, you can make money and have fun, but when you make money, when your way to make money is the same thing that is fun for you, then it is easily able to not become fun.
Yes.
Because then you're just doing. Because then, like, you have to keep doing it, regardless of whether you enjoy it or not. And even if you do enjoy it, that in and of itself can make you not enjoy it if you have to do it.
That's how DMing got me for a little while. Is like, man, I really enjoyed this, and then when it started feeling like I had to do it, it's like, oh,
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
And that's why I took an extreme amount of time off and did a whole bunch of self-reflection on that and other
That's fair.
things. And now I have transcended.
We're proud of you.
Yes.
What did you transcend?
I transcended I don't know.
Ah,
I
yes.
transcended myself.
Wonderful. I knew you could do it, buddy.
You didn't know me at that time, but I thank you.
Yeah, fuck you. I knew you could do it. I always
I mean,
knew.
he was in our group before you like left forever.
No, fuck you. I'm omniscient.
No, before Terra Vita.
Oh.
After Terra Vita. Like, Terra Vita was my first thing after doing that.
What was what was
I
that
knew
break
you,
then? Because
sort
the only
of,
break I
before
was
that. I
thinking
didn't
was
like
the one where
know
you
you.
left after Terra Vita for a while.
Well,
'Cause
that
That's when
break,
I died inside a little bit, because that's when it became I'm the only one that'll DM, and I went,
the break I'm
it's not-
talking about is when I wasn't the DM for a while.
yeah,
When Luke was the DM.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Man, that one. That one felt like less of you taking a break and more of like you arguing with Luke, or more of Luke arguing with you. Depends on whose perspective it looked from.
Right. Well, it was that, and then also, like, after Champions of Lorien ended, it was a while before Terra Vita started.
Yeah,
What
we
did
had.
we do in between those?
I think we just hung out or did nothing.
For a while we just didn't do anything, and then, like, slowly it was like, I'm gonna run another campaign, and then it just took a long time to actually get it going.
That's fair. I remember when we started doing Terra Vita, it was in my shittily air-conditioned, way too small bedroom.
I remember that.
Yeah, it sucked.
It was alright.
I mean, it was alright, but it was also easily the worst environment we did D&D at.
Yeah.
Well, and the only thing we have to compare it to is Luke's giant mansion and then my dining room.
And then maybe the one time at my house in my tiny little area.
Did we play D&D at your place?
I don't remember. I thought we might have.
I think we've only hung out at your
Maybe.
place.
Actually, I'm not certain.
I think we've only hung out at Jason's. I don't think we played D&D there.
I remember we got sushi the time we were with him.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
we
was the
probably
first time I
just
had
we
sushi.
probably just hung out and then vibed.
Yeah, 'cause I have the video of Jesse eating all that wasabi and dying.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that.
Wasabi and ginger. That's what did it.
Yep.
I remember Jason clicking Crab Rangoon and getting edamame.
Yeah,
I
remember
can't-
that.
That was actually some of the biggest disappointment I've ever witnessed.
Why has me 6
Yeah, I
stopped?
really wanted crab rangoon.
Dude, you don't mess with
But like,
crab
not
rangoon.
only did you not get Crab Rangoon, which is like fucking delicious, but you then you then got edamame, which like who wants edamame?
I mean, edamame are pretty good, but
Salt
they're
bean.
okay. They're like mid tier at best.
They're not any crab rangoons, that's for sure.
That's for damn sure. That's not what I got.
Why is it not playing? Why is me 6 broken?
Because you
Do
need
the
to
tech god
upgrade to
tip
me
and just
7.
uninstall them from the server and reinstall them.
If I did that, I don't think I would reinstall them.
Good point. Just uninstall them and just find a new bot. Find one that works.
Yeah, but I want
Oh, we
music.
use Rhythm Bot in my other chat.
Alright.
We use
Goodbye,
Bardbot
Mookie.
in the Evermore server I'm in. Oh wait, no, it's Traveling Bard. I don't know how often that one gets used though. I don't think frequently.
I've been invited to. No, I don't want to. No. Stop it. Just stop. Go to
I
dashboard.
can't stop.
Remove. Remove it. Remove it. How
Move it.
do I remove
That's
it?
when it's just stuck now, and you're like, God damn it, I have to make a new server.
Well, I can like kick it from the server.
Oh man, you guys, I found what I should get. Let's create pottery VR.
Oh yeah?
Are you just scrolling through
Yeah.
Steam?
No, I'm scrolling through the PlayStation Store.
Well, that's probably. I don't know if that's more or less interesting to scroll through.
It's easier and a little more interesting because it isn't just. Man, did you want like 50 fucking hentai games that are $1? Alright,
50?
well, here.
I think you're understating that by like a lot.
Alright.
I know, but like
Steam's
in,
like
in like a
90%
typical
$1
scroll,
hentai games.
in like a typical scroll, I'm saying.
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot.
Okay, I don't know how you forgot, but alright.
Wow.
Sure.
I did. I'm.
You motherfucker,
been a
you saw
weird
it.
day.
You saw it in chat and I pinged you.
I also stepped away from my computer
Alright.
and my phone.
Alright.
So
Well, I'm gonna try and get the music back up. But Jason, what was the thingy?
Rhythm Bot?
rhythm.
Is
yeah.
it spelled normally?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
Let's see if I can get my password right, or if I have to change it again. I didn't get it. Fuck.
Good job, buddy.
All right. Let's see if I can't get it on one of my other random passwords I use. I did.
Invite rhythm. Alright. Roles. Automaton.
Random word, followed by numbers. The two words have to do nothing with each other.
Features and commands. Alright, it works exactly the same. Cool. Well, time to just add all the things I just added again.
Isn't that your favorite?
It is.
You like that, right?
I love recreating things that I created.
Well, at
Hello,
least it's
rhythm
usually
bot.
easier the second time around.
Yes, but also much less satisfying.
Actually, no, it wasn't as much forgot, more I lost track of time.
Ah, I see. That's more acceptable.
Yeah,
mean-
time got away from.
You've done that all the time.
No, I know. That's why it's more acceptable. Like, I rarely, if ever, do I forget. But I definitely lose track of time.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you forgot if you're just not conscious.
Yes, I forgot about this thing called wakefulness.
Wake.
I'm just gonna assume that the first one on the search list is the right one. Because it was before. Melody of Dreams.
Explosive J.
Melody of Dreams, is that like Song of Storms?
Yeah.
Nah, that's
but
Jason.
Instead, wait. Yeah.
Oh
I said
shit.
Song of Storm, not Warrior of Storm.
No, Song of Storms.
Or the actual fucking storm.
Hello.
Alright, I would request that people do not mute bot, but don't worry about, like,
We're gonna have to
quieting
adjust
bot.
bot volume.
Definitely do that. Elysium.
Oh, I guess mine was already muted somehow. There we go.
Interesting.
Better. I was wondering why I wasn't hearing anything from it.
Yeah.
You said you've used that bot in other servers, right?
That could be
If
it.
you muted it in the other servers, then it'd be muted here too, because the rhythm
Oh,
bot
you're
is
right.
just rhythm bot.
That's
Yep.
a good thought.
I sure did mute it in the other one because sometimes the other people and things are obnoxious.
They play shit that you're just like, how about we don't?
Basically.
Alright, I think we should be good.
That's good.
I'm just gonna leave that up in a tab, just in case I need to fuck with it more. But we should be good. Alright.
Still, that's good.
So, to restate part of what I said, part of what I've said, but certain people weren't here. I'm not just saying you, Luke. Like, I've said many things, and Rocky is the only one who heard some of them, because she was the first one here.
Okay.
Somehow I was the second, and I literally said I was gonna be late.
So, this is going to be even more hands-off on my end than usual. You guys are going to run this almost in its entirety. I will, of course, be here to
Do we at least have a
do
setting?
things. Yes, I'll get to
Okay.
that. Like, I'll set the scene, and then basically you just do what you want, and I will be saying very little. Because this is all on you guys. And because of that, I don't really have a time estimate. It's pretty much up to you, but I am, if it comes to that, committed to until 2 a.m. I don't think it will,
Oh,
but in the case that it does, that's my hard time limit.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be doing this till 2 a.m.
I don't expect it, like I said, but
I can't stay up that late today because I have to
Yep.
wake up earlier for class tomorrow.
yep. I mean, it's on
1:30
you
AM or
guys.
bust.
It's on you guys. That's what I'm saying. So, I think I'm just going to read out the thing that I put in chat, and then set the scene, and then turn you loose. Sound good? All right. Though you've defeated the dreaded Witch King of Lazulian, your task is not complete. The war-ravaged steppes and savannas of Central Land require tending. The future of the once great kingdom of Lazulian will need to be decided, and your very own Grand Alliance is in a position to establish diplomatic relations between the disparate burgeoning nations of the world for the first time since before the destruction. Prepare yourselves to address your forces and inform them of your victory. Consider your wishes regarding the future of Land. You will be called upon to fulfill your responsibilities as the last heroes as you emerge from the Citadel.
Do you have that in text?
I think you sent that in the group chat.
I sent it in the
sounded
group chat
familiar.
and edited
Yep.
and just changed the last sentence.
Alright.
But are you doing
Okay.
anything before you emerge?
Can I? Is there like corpse pieces of like the Witch King or the Witch Queen that I can like pick up?
Yes.
Cool. Can I?
You
Well,
take
like,
the head.
Not the
Yeah,
Witch
I'm
King.
taking-
Not the Witch King.
Okay,
He was
I'll
entirely
take-
annihilated.
right.
Yeah.
I'll take. That's true. He was.
Yes. He
I'll
That's
is.
take
still
them.
gonna be mad that he was left, but Damien wasn't.
He was more than vaporized.
Yeah.
I was about to say we could grab a bag of air from around him, but he's not even in the air anymore.
Yeah, no, he's pretty much erased from existence.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I want to take like the Witch
Yeah.
Queen's head and like bring it outside,
Okay.
so that when I like step like out and stuff, like I can just hold it above my head and be like, yeah, but not like.
One
but,
thing.
like, you know.
So magical items were not destroyed.
Right.
So the Witch King's crown, armor, and I think sword
I'll
Hmm.
take his crown.
would still be there for you to like take as trophies and show your troops.
You only saw the armor before, but alright.
Well, the armor was the only thing in Roll20.
I think I'm just comfortable with just grabbing the head. Honestly, I don't need any treasure.
Well, I'm taking the crown, so that way we have.
Well, I was
sword.
thinking more as a less gruesome trophy to show your troops that you have won.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, but
That was my reason for mentioning the other things.
okay. Well, I still want to do the thing.
All right. So you take the Witch Queen's head with its burnt out eyes.
It'd be gross.
Yeah. It does not bleed, fortunately.
Of course
You
it
said
does.
his sword was available, correct?
His sword exists. Yes.
You know what? Soren's gonna take that.
All right. Is anyone else doing anything before you leave?
We'll take this,
Nah.
we'll take the stuff with us
Right.
regardless, just to make sure it's not just sitting in this open field.
Oh yeah.
And I assume we then walk back, take the teleporter, walk back through the castle. Does anything happen before we're about to leave the castle?
Does anything happen before you're about to leave the castle?
Yeah,
Some
like,
of your
is there anything
elites.
you want to do?
Some of your elites have occupied the chambers of the castle. Not all of them, but they've secured the area essentially. Other than that, no.
Alright. Before we go out to the, to address the masses, I'd like to have Swain cast some kind of spell. I don't know if I have spells well enough to say one, or if there
Okay.
is one, to just kind of amplify our voices, basically making it so we don't have to actually shout to an army, and they can
Okay.
just hear us.
And are you going to amplify the voices, as in just making them flat out louder, or are you going to make it so that everyone can hear? Like, telepathically or something?
Probably not telepathic, because I think that just would freak, probably most of the people out.
Or just like are you trying to make yourself super loud so you can be heard? Or are you trying to make it so they can all hear you, just like as if you were next to them or something? Or, like-
Kind of both. Like, I want everyone to be able to hear
right.
us,
Well,
but
I'm
also...
mostly asking if you're just making yourselves louder, that'll hurt anyone nearby. Like, I won't actually have them take damage or anything like that, but
Good point. I don't know. This part wasn't the most well thought out. That is a
That's okay.
sentence in my speech.
Uh-huh.
I'll say that he casts it so that everyone who can see you can hear you as if you were standing 10 feet from them.
Alright.
Solid.
That means I don't have to shout for my speech, because that would be just shouting while you're 10 feet away from someone, which would be a little odd.
Someone's face.
Alright, So I have like a couple paragraphs written out. Would anyone
Mhm.
like to go before me at all? Because I don't have it written like anyone would have.
I
I
think it
mean,
really makes sense for you to kind of go first.
I
yeah.
was thinking so too. Just wanted to make sure. Also, real quick, is there anything anyone wants to say to Virgo before he goes out and does his speech?
Yeah, are you guys going to discuss anything on the way out?
I mean, I don't know. I don't.
'Cause it'll take a few minutes. I'd say 10, 15 minutes, as long as you're just like walking out and not sprinting or charging or anything.
Which
To
we'd
get-
have no reason to, really.
Right, like to get from the
Oh,
Witch King's cathedral
Jerry.
place.
Yes.
Soren would have asked if you wanted the replica Seagram, because it is technically your sword.
I think, didn't we do where item... I think I took it, but didn't we try and do where items went at the end of last session?
We essentially did the artifacts, went back to the original, like, wielders. So, like, I have the replica fucking Excalibur. You have the Sun Ring. But the only thing we didn't talk about was Seagram, because I didn't think of it at the time.
I'm not fussed, because it's not even an artifact. It's
One
just
sec.
a cool sword. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse. Seagram should be completely recreatable, right? Because it's not an artifact, it's just a powerful magical item.
Yes, but they created them based on imperfect information. Like they didn't just
Okay.
copy paste it. They didn't know what exactly they were copying, so that's a primary reason for some errors.
I get that. I'm more just saying, like, say where things go back to the rightful place.
Mhm.
Seagram doesn't necessarily have a rightful place because it's not necessarily like
No.
my like
Oh,
signature thing. It's just a powerful magical
Right,
item.
it's
I'll say
powerful
this.
and valuable, but it is not unique.
If you do not want it, it will have a good use in the order.
Feel free. I'm sure that if we need another one, we can make another one.
Appreciate it.
Anything else before you address the troops?
Yeah, does anyone have anything we want to talk about before we address the troops?
Not really. Xerxes is just kind of taken in that it's finally over.
Mhm.
That's fair. Side note also, I have something to bring up, but more, I guess it's kind of in character, but kind of out. As far as I know, our goal is to actually, like, foster an alliance that will last for a long time after. But, like, who am I addressing when I am, say, addressing Xerxes' forces and Rocky's forces? Like, how do I properly address those forces? Because currently I kind of know them as the scattered tribes, and I literally don't know what Xerxes' forces are. As far as I knew, he had, like, 2 friends that didn't get corrupted.
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
essentially right. Xerxes in the battle led a portion
Half
of
Rockies.
Right. He led a portion of Rocky's army, but
That's
Rocky's
kind
army.
of why Xerxes is like not doing much right now, because like this has been he's an old fucking man, and this has been an ordeal of a lifetime.
Yeah, they're
This was probably his final, like, I've done it. I can finally rest.
right.
Not yet though.
There
Probably
would
not.
be people of Lazulion who would have been
Yeah.
captured. That's the closest thing that I can think of to his people now.
Alright. And just the scattered tribes fits well enough for the, like, people of Rocky's army.
Yeah.
Alright.
They're not a homogeneous nation. They were just
A
basically
bunch
all.
of dudes.
Yeah, they were basically just all put in the same concentration camps.
Big oof, but alright.
Mhm.
Well, I'm ready to go if we don't have anything else to speak of ahead of time.
All right,
Yeah, I don't have anything going on.
the floor is yours.
Let me do a quick double check to make sure this is all written properly. Yep, I deleted the one thing and reworded it. Alright. So as Virgo walks out in front of the army. I would say he takes off his helmet and starts speaking, but he literally can't. So, the Witch King has been slain. This fight has come to an end, but now it's enough time for celebration. We still have work to do when the dead to mourn. Said that wrong. You all may have noticed we are missing one of our own. Exarch Damien sacrificed himself to win this war. He was the reason we succeeded on the battlefield. He was the reason the rest of us came back alive. He shined brighter than anything I have ever seen, and I wield the light itself. Virgo lifts his hand up and just kind of has a blast of light come out just to signify it. His sacrifice cannot and will not go in vain. We will build upon what has been lost, and we will make a land here better than was ever here before. We will wipe out any and all warped remnants that were left behind from this horrid war. And our grand alliance will bring about a union to rival the legends from before the destruction. Are you all with me? Assume applause.
Yeah!
Yeah. Ah.
I got chills.
That was
Thank you.
good, actually.
Well, geez, I don't have anything nearly as good as that.
Well, it's not done. As
Oh, I'm not bad.
as the applause starts to calm down, Virgo just kind of raises his arms to the side, and just light starts emanating off of him, brighter than any of you have seen so far. And I would like to cast Sunrise.
Alright. In the light of the setting sun, it seems to be drawn towards Virgo. All the rays converge on him and then burst out from him in ribbons wrapping around everyone. All wounds are healed. All the dead rise again.
Don't say I pass out quite yet.
Okay.
And as I'm casting this and this is happening, now my speaking time here has come to an end, and I believe the rest of the heroes here have things to say. But remember, the light is with all of us, and that's just that I pass out immediately after.
And he,
Good night, sweet prince.
you notice him, you on the dais with him, notice his shoulders slump a little bit, but the robust nature of his armor keeps him standing even as he's unconscious.
Oh yeah, he's got that fucking white beard shit going on.
Okay, so
Arms absolutely fall back to the side though.
Passed out standing
or
up
am I
with
literally Jesus, but without the cross?
No, your arms fall back to your sides, clank against them. To nearly the entire army, it'll just look like you're still standing there, silent. But
so
to those near
this is gonna be
you,
awkward.
or those who are familiar with your unique abilities, they'll realize that you're entirely unconscious and probably incapacitated for a long while.
How movable is that hunk of metal? I assume not very.
Not very.
Yeah. So I was gonna say I'll try and have Swain move him back in background and just kind of get him out of front center. But I don't think that's very possible without I don't know, levitating him, which would only ruin the scene.
We could levitate him an inch or a centimeter, and then just.
We could all just start standing next to him
Yeah.
to make it look like he's
Yeah, do
supposed
that.
to be here.
I'd say do that.
Yeah, I'd say do that.
Just step up next to him.
Yeah, just be like, okay, my turn or whatever.
All right, well I'm out, guys.
I'm trying to think of exactly how I want to say
I've-
this.
I
know
made my speech and
basically
res
what I wanna
the
say.
battlefield. It's up to you. Oh yeah, I don't think you necessarily said it, Jesse, but everyone got rezzed from that. That wasn't just wounds healed.
No, I said it.
Okay.
I said
Yeah,
all,
I
all
didn't
the
hear
wounds
it.
are healed and all the dead rise.
All right, I didn't hear it, but I might have just been zoned out.
Anyone?
Well,
What
how
is
would
this-
you-
what
how
is
would
this
you
platform
describe-
made out of?
Stone.
Stone.
Alright, it doesn't fucking matter.
It could have been made
And
out of
Real
unobtainium.
quick, Jesse, how would you refer to the citizens of God, is it Lazulti?
Lazulian. Lazulti
Lazulian?
is the
What-
royal family's name. Lazulian is the is the kingdom/cities title.
Okay, then what would you refer to the citizens as?
Give me one moment. I know I have a name for them. You could just say people or citizens of Lazulion.
Yeah, that
or-
works.
Yeah, I will look because I'm pretty sure I have a name for them.
Lazlites.
But go on.
Soren is going to walk forward, set all of Damien's things down on the dais in front of her, draw both Excaliburs, and drive them point first into the dais, and then do the same with the Witch King's sword.
Okay.
I almost did that. I'm glad I didn't.
Damien was perhaps the best fighter I ever knew. But he was an even better man. His memory lives on through all of us. Everyone here. Everyone he has saved throughout his many years. The world is worse for him being gone. But he did what he needed. Moving forward, forging this new grand alliance, forging a better world, and remaking this land. I speak for the Order in Damien's stead, and I will give you my word that any remaining corruption will be wiped from this. 1 second.
I do love how all of Luke's characters are the same, but with like slightly different accents.
Dude,
It's
no,
how
I
get
was
into
about to say
character.
it.
I know, I love it.
It's always like, it's the same guy every time.
It's how I get into character. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. It's just it tickles me a little bit because like no matter which character it is, it's this point.
I
He knows what he likes.
Yeah, no, it's
You know,
totally
we
fine.
have a problem when we do like down the line. We do the this group all stars, and all of Luke's characters roll up, and you hear the same voice 7 times.
shit. Yeah, you're right.
But also, they look like a
Anywho, where was
badass
I?
team
Where was I?
together.
Yeah.
It looked like a hive mind.
Which is scary. He was the best man you knew.
No, it's not that. It's moving forward kind of thing.
Okay, right.
Trying to think of what to say next.
I will see to it personally that the Order will make a new monastery here and enforce the safety of everyone here. For now, we mourn and celebrate. That is all for now.
The other members of the Order of the Phoenix surrounding you and flanking the dais upon which you all stand raise their arms in salute.
Seeing them do that, Soren grabs the hilt of Excalibur and just calls down light. Not like enough to damage anything, but just she
Just a beam.
understood how it worked, but just lighting up the area.
Okay.
She's not an expert with it like Damien, but
Right.
Not an
She
expert
gets
with
it.
the light like Virgo either. We're doing a lot of light in this show. Alright, now Xerxes steps up and makes light, but from like lightning.
And then Roxana by opening a portal to the sun.
I
And
engulf
putting
us
the
all
Witch
in
Queen's
flames.
head in front of it so it just fucking bursts of light.
Mhm.
It's like it goes through her eye socket and she's like a disco ball.
Mhm. Alright, what are you guys doing?
Ugh.
I am recuperating for
Mhm.
looks at watch months.
Look at that watch.
Yep. You do still have
Hello, Luna.
Swain.
I will be, I'll be speaking as the
Mhm.
Grand General from here on out. He does not have as
So,
much say as Virgo, so my negotiation power has been lowered.
Well, he's
Virgo,
not the king, but like with the king gone or like incapacitated, he probably like speaks with the authority of the king.
I was assuming, well, Vanderfell runs off of like a council of, it was either 8, 9, or 13. It was one of those, and I wasn't thinking Swain was on the council. I guess he could be from one of the other houses.
It was 7 plus the Grand Paladin.
So it was
I
8
think,
total.
yeah.
Unless Swain was from one of the other houses, which
Mhm.
is totally fine. I don't see him being on the council.
He could
He's
be
probably just one of
basically
the other
whatever.
houses to make it convenient.
Yeah, he could basically be whatever you want. But I think in this instance, like he is in command of the army, so he has full authority over everyone from
Oh, I'm
Vanderfell
more
who is
being
here.
for like, say this part's done and we're on to actual like negotiations and alliance shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually you don't hold as much sway if you're not the king. But like he's a member of the council, so he has as
Right.
much sway as Virgo would in that.
and also he's a bit of a badass himself, so he holds sway like that.
And
Well,
we could also
Vanderfell
like
is ruled by people that can lift their own weight. If you can't lift your own weight in some way, you don't have powers. So all 8 members of the council should be able to lift their own weight.
Given what he did in that battle, he more than lifted his own weight.
Yeah, I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
dude,
But
he was
also
mini
we can like time skip and have negotiations once Virgo has recovered and like the initial things have been settled.
Like, all right, guys, we'll do negotiations. It'll be in like a couple months, like 90 moons. Virgo's out for a while.
90 moons would be 90 months.
Wouldn't 90 moons be 90 sun? What? I thought
You-
90 moons would be 90 days.
Well, actually, yeah, it depends on what you think of it.
It's a colloquialism.
Yeah,
So
it's either 90 nights or 90 like cycles of the moon,
yeah.
which would be months
So-
essentially.
You just decided that you wanted Virgo's soul to be fucked forever.
I mean, kinda, but also Virgo doesn't know that.
Hmm.
Fair enough.
Virgo
Yeah.
just thought, well, the war's over. No, there's no chance anyone else dies, unless their
Also
own
the sun
silver rule.
Also, the sun
The
was
sun's
going down.
also about to set, so he has no time to really, decide. It's either now or never.
Yeah.
Either res them now or everyone who died in the battle stays dead.
And instead, we just came out of the largest battle in recorded history, other than fighting actual god, with no losses.
Which is pretty spicy.
Fair enough.
All right. Xerxes, Roxana.
Ugh.
Waiting for speeches or anything?
The
Waiting for
question is, how
speeches
did
or
these
anything.
I'm
What's
trying
that,
to think
Jesse?
of like,
Waiting for speeches or anything.
yeah, I'm trying to like think of like,
Okay. I guess fellow people of Lazilion works. I was hoping to have like.
I sent you Discord messages.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Shit. Hold on 1 second.
did I get this?
No, because you didn't ask a question that I needed to answer.
Oh, okay. I don't know, cause like, I thought about it, but she's not really the type to
There.
give like flowy speeches.
Mhm.
But like, I don't know, like,
Don't
'cause,
give
like,
a
the whole
flowy
witch-
speech then.
I'm not, but I don't know like how to word it exactly. Cause like, I don't want it to sound like awkward. You know what I mean?
Your oppressors are defeated. We can go home.
I don't know. I guess she can just. I don't. Hang on. Where's she from? Like, what's the place called? Cause I forgot.
I don't
If we figured.
think we had a specific place.
Oh, well,
She-
that's true. They are just a bunch of tribes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're also more of a figurehead for all the people that no longer have a home.
Right.
Than, like, the speaking for a place.
And most of them, not all of them, but most of them were nomadic.
Right. Then I guess, because I don't know, she was going to address them and be like, okay, everybody, let's, like, go home and rebuild, but none of them have homes anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the real Xerxes right there, because he's the one that'll say, let's go home and rebuild.
Yeah. And, like, that was, like, my only idea, and I was like, no, that's not going to work.
I mean,
so
like,
I'm like,
they can go home and rebuild. Like, it's been at least a decade since they were nomads, since this whole thing started.
That's true. They are more of a unified people, because they kind of had no choice.
Hell, a lot of people here probably don't even know who Xerxes is anymore.
Yeah. Yeah,
unless
unless you were, like, really prominent about it.
I mean, he probably would have been beforehand, but it's been a really long time since he's been back.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're speaking on recognition, other than the Order of the Phoenix, no one knows who the Order of the Phoenix is in this army, other than the really powerful dudes.
Yeah.
Like, they showed up for this war, and that's all they've been here for. It's not like
battle.
they were... Yeah, like, even less so, like, for this battle. And, like, the only reason people know who, like, the Thandrophelians are, or whatever we're gonna call them, is because they showed up, like, to fight to this battle.
Yeah.
This war has mostly been between, like, what semblance of an army Rocky has, and, like, that's it.
Yep.
Like, their forces have been the one that have been suffering for, like, a decade, while the rest of us kind of showed up.
Yeah. Well, my thinking of it is that there were minor rebellions, and maybe one started, like, building momentum under Rocky, and then, like, at the same time, the Thandrophelians were coming in from the west, and, like, once those two forces met, they were powerful enough to actually start pushing back the tide of the Witch King.
And that ended up, like, drawing attention of the Order of the Phoenix to go like, holy shit, something's actually fighting these guys other than us. And then Xerxes showed up and he was like, I have information, let's fucking go.
Yeah. So, Rocky. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine as well.
I mean, yeah, she's more of, like, an actions person, and, like, the whole head thing was kind of going to be, like, the thing, where it's like, yeah, we did it. Because, like, I assume the whole alliance thing will just come up at a different time anyway. It's not like going to be like, it's alliance time, guys, and everyone has to go home.
Well, to be fair, that is kind of why I offered for someone to go before me, so you could do the smaller things.
Yeah, I didn't know you were gonna... Well, I knew you were gonna do a speech, I just didn't think, like...
You didn't think it was going to be, like, a thing where I then go unconscious and say, here you go, everyone else, have fun.
Right. Like, you are all lower than me, congratulations. No, I'm kidding, but, like, you know. So I guess, yeah, she'd probably just... Well, that would be her thing then, would be the head thing.
Okay.
I don't think she'd say much. Or, like, what she would, like, everything has already been said.
Yeah. I think you could say that.
Well,
well,
like,
the
it doesn't have to
be
be...
it. Everything's been said.
Yeah.
Like, that's another thing to say.
It doesn't have to be profound.
Yeah, but okay.
Are you good to go, Xerxes?
Basically.
Okay. I think you could go ahead, and then we'll finish it off with Roxana.
Yeah, that'll work. Alright. So, I'm just gonna start out. My fellow peoples of Lazulian, I once served under this mad ruler we have before you now. Today, we have found freedom. We have defeated the terrible grip which held this entire continent under its rule. I have found peace in my own personal grudge against this man, and now the rest of this country may find well. There isn't much left to say here, but we have done all we can. Now we must build towards tomorrow. That's about all he's got to say.
I don't know. I guess Roxana can just like walk up and be just like, not addressing anyone. It's like just addressing like the crowd in general, just being like, everyone, let's go home. Like she's like kind of like obviously tired and like worn.
I sent you a
like,
message.
Yeah, like because it's like obvious because like if the poster child is all like beaten and battered and stuff, everyone's like, actually, yeah, actually, let's do that.
I sent you a message, Rocky.
Tired but not wounded.
Okay.
Definitely not wounded.
Ain't nobody wounded between Damien and fucking big boy here. Yeah.
Bro, if you had an underlying backache, it ain't there anymore. Everything is fixed today.
And you had
You feeling
history
good?
of heart condition. Not anymore.
If your dad had diabetes and you were at higher risk for diabetes, that is gone. I fixed your genes.
I fixed your gene.
Good job. You defeated Hitler and in turn created the master race.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh god.
Wait, that's not what we wanted. No.
But we didn't make the Galenians. That was the other campaign.
You don't know that. They don't exist yet in that capacity.
Shit, are you telling me that that hero from old is still alive and is gonna fuck all of these people?
All these people might fuck the Galenians.
But they'd have to exist for that to happen.
They don't exist as Galenia. The people exist, though.
The bloodline and genes exist. The land does not.
I guess.
The nation has not unified.
Oh boy. We're about to unify a nation.
I mean, yeah.
Well, we're about to unify a nation, a bunch of nomads, in order, and what is left of a nation.
To create a fucking world superpower.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright.
Woo!
Is there anything else anyone would like to do right now?
I've got nothing.
Okay.
Swain would like to do one of them nice telepathic messages to, just, you know, some of the stronger people that he can rely on in that army down there to, like, hey, get up here, we have some carrying to do.
Alright.
Because when we do leave, he gonna need help.
Yep.
Does he mention this to Soren at all? Because the maid killers are strong lads.
I think the army of people will probably be fine. Yeah, like, he's got an army. I think they can carry one dude.
So do you just, like, crowd surf him out? Or do you, like, make it look like he's walking out?
I'm gonna go with take him out of the armor and, like, carry him out, and then carry the armor out separately.
Alright.
Probably more people carrying the armor.
Well, but what I'm asking is, are you trying to hide that he is incapacitated?
I don't think that's really possible outside of a lot of magic.
I think just, like, obscuring him in a crowd would do it.
Yeah.
We can do that, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you want to try that, that's fine.
I don't even think that that's really much of a... I guess no one really knows how sunrise works exactly, but it's also not exactly a secret, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not like something they'd go out of their way to hide. If anything, they're doing it just for safety's sake.
Okay. Just hiding state secrets.
More of
So-
the king is literally unconscious, and
Yeah.
like, yeah, there are 7 people who could kick any single soldier in that field's ass, surrounding him on the way out, kind of thing. But at the same time, all it'll take is realistically 1 stray arrow, because hit points don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more of just a, let's make sure he doesn't, like, die on the way out, because he's
Yeah.
unconscious.
Yeah.
Soren sees everything happen. Everything that's happening. Just speaks into a ring to like some of the like lieutenants, whatever, some of the ranking members of the Mage Killers. It just has them collect a small escort
Okay.
to make way.
All right.
Solid.
Have the
Nobody
close,
getting through that.
yeah, have the close group along with the, like, just general, like, Fenfrelian army escorting him out.
Sounds good. So
And
you.
as everyone else is leaving the dais, Soren is just kneeling down. Her wings are pretty much, and I'm assuming the wings are like a permanent thing, not a. That's what I was going with.
Yes.
Kind of just drape down over the dais as well as much as he can, just having a like morning penance, essentially.
Moment of silence.
Yes.
Okay.
Moment of silence for those we have lost along the way, because we
Yep.
didn't lose any here. Dab dab dab. Other than Exarchanian. Dab dab
Yeah.
dab.
Just the one dude.
No, she is mourning for her mentor.
Mm-hmm.
So just one dude. Heyo.
Who took all the damage.
Apologies. He did do a cool thing. A very cool thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of the coolest thing.
Dude, I had like a 3-paragraph speech. Exarchanian was 1 paragraph of the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
I had nothing prepared, and I'm a terrible public speaker, even if it's in a game.
I'm not a great public speaker. That's why when I knew that this was happening 2 weeks ago, I said, I'm writing a speech for this.
I totally didn't think to do that.
I didn't.
And then I sent it to
Yeah.
Jesse, who knows how to speak better than I do, and went, how do I make this slightly better?
I should
And then
have
he
done
said,
that.
replace like these 2 words, just pretty much reword this sentence and you're mostly good. Also, you're bad at punctuation and spelling, and I went, yeah, I know, but I know how to read it, so it's fine.
Right. I'm saying the words.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of came up with something.
I'm saying the words.
All right. So, closing out here, you escort Xerxes out with an honor guard of his elites and the members of the Order of the Phoenix.
We also do that with Virgo.
Right. Wait, did I not say Virgo?
You
No,
said
you
Xerxes?
said Xerxes, and
Oh.
I'm like, I mean, I guess we can escort me out.
I meant
but-
Virgo. I meant Virgo.
I'm just imagining Xerxes being in a storm, but also being escorted.
Yeah.
I'm just like, this is completely unnecessary, fellas.
No.
You
Virgo.
are technically the closest thing Lazulian has to a leader now.
Yes.
Not
that is
wrong.
true.
Honestly-
Which is, he's gonna
honestly,
take up the mantle reluctantly
Every one of the
for
heroes
now.
is getting an honor guard from members of the Order of the Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky, who's easily the safest because of anything threatening exists, she says, haha, ethereal plane.
She still has to see it coming.
That's true.
Fair.
She probably will, but she might not.
Yeah.
Never know.
Who knows?
All right.
I will
So,
have to start training apprentices to pass down my artifacts.
What about the
Alright.
one that's already used the mini version of it? Is he a good apprentice?
Oh, you know, maybe.
Maybe.
That's a thought for a different time.
and now with the Battle of Azulion over, the War of the Witch King won, it's time for the Grand Alliance to figure out what's next.
Cool beans.
Slide card that says like 3 months later.
Yeah. Do
SpongeBob
you guys want
narrative
to
voice.
time skip to when Virgo is conscious again?
I mean, yeah,
Probably, yeah.
I
Okay.
think
Do-
it wouldn't. I
I
wouldn't
will
be
say-
comfortable.
If we
Due
do
to
that,
how... Go ahead.
in that time, I would have... Soren would have contacted the Order, let them know of the situation, and had some of the highest level, like, arcane casters that they have try to get a working transportation system between the main Order and this location.
Okay. It'll take longer than that to get like a permanent one up, but they can definitely like have one going pretty quickly.
Just to get a system to
Yeah.
get important figures and
That high-level magic
just important
that
figures over there.
realistically makes Fantasy Worlds not work, but totally is viable to do in every system.
It only works in cases of extremely powerful people.
Well, I mean, like, teleportation circles from, like, nation to nation, great. Should totally work for, like, literally every system. Does mechanically work for every system. And then you look at it and you're like, yeah, that kind of breaks...
But breaks most settings because most settings don't think of it. Don't
Yeah,
worry, this won't be one of them.
This will be a setting where it's like, yeah, there's at least one wizard who thought, what if I do teleportation circles, and then say, who needs caravans when we can just fucking blink it?
Or there was a grand order protecting and organizing the world that decided to set up a network of transportation circles between all the great cities of the time.
But
We
then
love
also...
public transportation.
Yeah, and then we can also put the caveat on it of it's not just kind of usable. There has to be reasons to use it, which means in later campaigns, you can give it to us as an unlockable.
Hey!
Yeah, exactly.
You unlocked fast travel in your tabletop RPG, and then we look at the ground and go, what?
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
It's pretty much anybody in good favor with good reason with the Order. Yeah, you're probably gonna have access.
With the Order and with the
cities that are
with the authorities of wherever the thing is.
Turns into a goddamn MMO. We have to do loyalty quests.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, loyalty quests are kind of
turtles to the water.
Loyalty quests are an abstraction of a decent concept. They don't do it well in that setting, but in tabletop, I think it would be much more enjoyable. Regardless,
in building trust and renown and being given a little bit of power.
Yeah.
Do it with all the grand capitals. They all have different rewards. The Phoenix Orders, like, yeah, you get teleportation circles. It's like, hell yeah. Go over to, like, Vanderfell, and it's like, free healing. Always.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, is anyone else doing anything before your meeting?
I'm trying to think of how to do a meeting with Vanderfell, because, like, if I remember, the Grand Paladin counted as 2 votes, so that way it couldn't end in a tie.
Right.
So, like, he holds twice as much sway as the other 7 people on the circle, but there's 7 other people on the circle.
Yeah, he's like the absolute authority in wartime, but he is still a member of a council.
I would like to know what the Witch King's sword does, for sake of Soren.
Okay. Would you like to know now and have stats, or like in what capacity would you like to know?
Stats, if you would, please. I'm trying to figure out like how she would train, knowing what she has, because she's going to go absolutely fucking hard on training now because she's.
Okay. Well, I will get you the stats after the session in that case, because I don't think it will come into play now.
I hope that training with a different type of sword doesn't change her personality.
With this sword, it might.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Maybe she shouldn't train with the Witch King's sword, the evil sword.
She would get it identified first.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And understand it. Until then, she's going to be training with the replica Excalibur and Seagrim.
I will say this, it is a Black Blade.
Oh.
Ooh. Goes and pulls up Markot's character sheet. It's this stats about that many levels higher. It's
a Black Blade in the lore sense. It may not be a Black Blade in the Blade-bound Magus archetype sense.
Well, it couldn't
But-
be since we're currently in 5e.
Exactly. Like Black Blades are a thing.
And that it is a sentient and extraordinarily powerful weapon.
Correct. And each is unique. And yeah, you would know this being from the Order. They were created sometime during the destruction. The exact method of their creation is unknown currently, but they were created with pre-destruction technology during the early parts of the destruction.
Rare, ancient, few, and almost beyond comprehension of power, then.
Right. And each one has some sort of entity bound within it. People aren't quite certain if that is like the soul of an ancient hero, or like
In some
the one
cases,
who
yes.
forged the sword, or some sort of outsider, but that is something. So yeah.
All right.
Now, where will the meeting be held?
I only see 3 options really. Either in Lazulian, in Thunderfell, or in the Order of the Phoenix. Or we could try and find a neutral ground, but I don't think a neutral ground is necessarily needed. Because for negotiations, I don't think any of the places would hold more sway. With the only thing there being, if it's in Thunderfell, it would likely be with the rest of the Thunderfellian Council, meaning that then I have to play 8 people, and I'm not fucking doing that. So
Okay,
So
so
not
yeah.
Thunderfell.
here's we could
well,
do
I'm
it
saying
in
logical
Lazulian.
options we could have.
We probably would have enough rebuilt by then to hold a meeting there.
Well,
And I would still be as like interim
if I'm not
ruler.
mistaken, the actual throne room was pretty much left untouched.
Oh, big true.
The throne room was left untouched, actually.
Yeah, so that works. Lazulian it is.
Lazulian, the throne room. Yes,
I
everyone
like
in agreement?
Yes.
Yeah, I liked going to the throne room page and noticing that it's actually just 3 stages of a boss fight.
Oh shit. Hold on, friends. I have a call real quick.
Ah, yes. All right. We will take a short break while I get a suitable background for it.
Background art.
The throne room somehow was not one of the backgrounds that I prepared.
No, the throne room just has four things: Witch King boss fight, stage 1. Fight
Well, yeah,
King's
that
Guard in the halls.
throne room, but like I have a folder of potential meeting place images.
Oh,
Like,
what did you have?
well, this one was gonna be if you were meeting at Phonikos, which is the main like island for the Phoenix Brigade.
Oh, the one that's currently out.
Well, no, the one that I just put in. Oh, I sent it to Rocky.
Yeah,
Not,
I was
not to
like,
everyone.
Oh,
I see.
hello.
Motherfucker. Discord, just do the thing. There we go.
What's
Put
the
it-
one that's currently set?
Huh?
Like, what's the one that's currently set meant to represent? Or is this supposed to just be us walking out on the dais
Yep, that's you walking out on the dais, victorious, addressing the army.
with the way too intact city?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also
Oh.
very anachronistic weaponry, but it was the best one I could find.
Damn, I didn't know the entire Order of the Phoenix was bald.
What?
The picture you have for the meeting place that's supposed to be like in the Order of the Phoenix, everyone in that image is bald.
I mean, a lot of the orders go through very weird trials, so it's very likely that a lot of them are bald, simply that the procedures they went through made their hair fall out.
And probably most of the Phoenix Brigade in like their base
I'm
are
back.
of the order that's kind of like in charge of the administration side of it.
I am returned.
Wunderbar.
Luke, did you just say that the entire Phoenix Order are Witchers?
Some sects of them, yeah.
Yeah, 2, maybe 3 are in many ways like Witchers.
Well, I found out later if I want to play a Witcher, I'll just play a Phoenix Order member.
Yep. Okay. This. So, conveniently, I have an entire Pinterest folder of throne rooms.
Wow.
I am so not surprised.
Same.
Sorry, I actually call it seats of power, but because it's not
Why do you
all
have an
just
entire
thrones.
Pinterest folder named after a toilet?
I don't think there might be a toilet somewhere in there. There are 95 pins in it, so
How many trests are there?
what? What's? A what? How many whats are there, Jerry?
Trests.
How many whats?
Trests.
A what?
Get it? Pinterest.
Oh, I see.
Ah!
Dude, I'm a fucking comedic genius.
Certainly are.
Oh! Oh! Ah!
Alright. I have
There you go.
new
That was for you.
picture. Oops. New picture. New picture.
You'll get it eventually, buddy.
New
We believe in you.
picture.
Close.
New picture.
Well, it is there, Rocky. It's just only on his stream, not on the Roll20.
Yeah, I put it on the stream first because that's easier. As you very well know, Jerry.
I know nothing about streaming. I just occasionally pop over to it because I just have it in the same tab. and
Well,
just
consider
pop
how
over.
difficult it is to change a background and have it.
Oh, like that. Yeah, no, it's fucking annoying. It's funny.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing you set up ahead of time. You don't.
Yep,
don't
I had
really wanna
several
do
set
that
up.
mid-session.
None of them for the throne room. Here you go. Here's a new background. There's some white space at the bottom, but that's okay. Alright.
I like how the Witch King's ghost is still there.
Let's ignore that. Ignore the man in front of the curtain.
Man in front of the curtain. You're behind the curtain. Don't look through it. Stop.
Alright. And now, after taking care of various duties and just putting things in order after the war, you meet a few months later in the throne room of the very place where you won the war. What do? What say? Go.
Well, if no one else would like to speak up first, I'll start by saying thank you all for waiting for me. I'm sure it took longer than most of you expected. It took longer than I expected. I haven't done that before. Or at least not
Yes,
at that
it was
scale.
quite a wait, but it did give us time to get some affairs in order.
Yeah, that teleportation circle stuff is cool. Don't
Yeah,
know why
it's-
we didn't think about it before, honestly.
Well, we're in the middle of, a war.
Dude, is Luna dying in the background?
that was Nibbles. Sorry, I let it
Oh,
out
that's
of my room.
No, Luna's laying down on the floor right behind
Oh,
me.
goodness.
Little girl.
All I could hear was dog going crazy, and I forgot Nibbles existed. I was like, is Luna, like, exploding?
Did Luna
Yeah.
turn into Nibbles?
Luna is now Nibbles. Lou
I don't think
Nibbles.
Nibbles
not
would
that
last
you
very long
didn't
in that
think about
house.
it before.
I
It is
agree.
simply that it is. It requires an organization of extremely powerful people.
Yes.
Alright, out of character. I don't want to fucking get into arguing about which nations are better and more powerful.
Oh no, that's not what.
None
she was
of you
trying
have
to...
been powerful enough to do it. All right, it's only all of you together.
Yep.
I'm fine with that, but like, my first thought was like, is my nation not powerful?
Before the
Like-
destruction, it may have been a thing that existed. Since the destruction, no one's been powerful enough to do it until now.
Alright, fair. We totally should have set one up on the other continent when we went there. Not like
We
as a
should've-
level 3 players,
You could
but
just
like,
do it now.
We should have figured out
Or,
what
like,
we
you
were going
could
to
have
talk
done it.
about at this meeting.
I mean,
Rewind to
what are we-
when I gave a monologue for
What are we gonna-
suggestions.
what-
yeah,
I
aren't
have
we
an idea.
basically making the UN? Like isn't
Something
that the
like
goal
that.
is make the UN?
Um,
At this point, Jesse, just for posterity, because this is part of it, I would be grooming a ruler.
Okay. Where did you find said ruler? Like how were they selected?
Probably through like a number of measures, like it would be age, experience. Like it'd be a lot. I'd be trying to find somebody to take to be like an heir to what I'm doing currently.
Okay. So
Because
like are you
Fucking
trying to find
Xerxes
someone
is old.
Are you trying to find someone from the former or from the ruling family, or like with blood relations to that, or are you picking a new?
It would be picking new, because
Okay.
the people would not trust that bloodline anymore.
Mhm.
Jesse has to slightly rework his lore now.
Do I?
Well, when we were doing Terra Vita and I talked to you about the royalty there a lot, was you not just like a simulacrum of the Witch King, which is at least that's what this was based off of.
Yeah.
But then when we were trying to figure out where the fuck I was in the timeline of that kingdom, it was like King fucking 45 or whatever was kind of wiped from the history books and no one knew why. Meaning that, but it was, since it was bloodline then, it was assumed bloodline all the way through.
Yes, you have made many assumptions that I have not corrected.
Alright. I guess you can say it like that, but I'm sure I made more of them off of asking you than assumptions back then, and I'm going off of my
Correct.
memory now.
Yes. Lies and deceit.
Alright, if I'm literally asking the person that writes the lore and they lie to me, it's not my fault I get
No,
it
it's
wrong.
not lies and deceit. It's just I hadn't decided, and yes, you're right. I'll have to it's not I'll have to change things. It's now going to be written in a different way than I had anticipated. But also, just because that family is not the one being selected to rule, does not mean that bloodline will not find its way into some ruler.
I guess that's fair.
The point being, for now, that like that bloodline is entirely untrusted.
Right.
Like the people no longer view them as fit rulers. Currently, Xerxes is taking up the helm of ruler for the foreseeable future until he can groom an heir that will fit and rule proper.
Right.
Realistically, how much of that bloodline would have even been left?
I don't know. It was
Yeah, that's
it was the ruling bloodline, like, for the entire history of this settlement.
so probably a decent amount of that.
So there's probably a
bloodline.
lot of people
history
with
of that
some.
settlement isn't actually that long, though.
It is.
Something to
It's
keep
several
in-
hundred years.
Yeah, but that's not that long compared to, like, you know, when you say, yeah, the history of China kind
It's
of
like
thing.
20 generations. That's plenty of time for like hundreds of people to have this blood in their veins,
Correct, but
whether they
after,
know it or not. Even.
That's true. But if they don't know it, then it'd be hard to really track them down. And also, under a decade of a completely mad king, that, like, you know, I could have very easily see, like, kill any competition as part of it. If he's the only thing left in his bloodline, he's the only thing left that can rule, is kind of how I was thinking there. Someone that's mad with power like that, I could absolutely see them taking those steps.
See, that's part of it, but there's the blood probably had plenty of its time to wander around without him like knowing who has it.
Yeah.
It's existed for a
And so
long
at this
time,
point-
and they weren't the rulers until it actually became a city. Before then, it was just like a collection of refugees.
Xerxes would be trying to establish peace and trying to find a young person to groom as ruler.
Okay.
Somebody who, from a young age, will know what to do as a king.
So will they be taking part in anything that happens right now, or will that be something we do later?
Yeah, they would probably be here as a protege, like
Okay.
standing behind him.
Right, like shadowing you, basically.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I will leave that up to you then. In the specifics of how that plays into the events of today.
At this point, he's probably just going to be like quietly standing behind, unless you want to like personify him in some way.
I will let you do that.
I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
All right. In that case, I'll do it, but I don't expect, or at the moment, have any intentions of him interjecting.
Understand.
But I will keep it in mind.
Another thing with the bloodline thing, I don't know if you want to, Jason/Jesse, but would that, like, what's there now could start completely fresh. You don't necessarily have to do ruler/ruler via bloodline.
I think
it could start completely over.
I think I'll say this now. How about we do everything from now on in character? Like, I think this is a discussion that can and should be held in character as well.
Fair.
All right.
Yes.
Well, one quick thing out of character then. It's likely that Virgo brought whoever the main diplomatic seat on his council would be with him.
Okay.
If that was allowed.
If there is one,
Yeah.
then that's up to you. I don't know if there is a main diplomat, but that is up to you.
I assume that the nation would have something for foreign affairs that would be equivalent to that.
Well, given that it's been 90 days, Soren would have been elevated to the rank of Exarch, and her new Centaurch would be with her.
Okay.
All right. I think I will probably start by taking the floor.
Roxana, who's your +1?
my little apprentice boy Kai isn't here.
All right.
He's at home, doing home things.
Oh, okay.
Doing home things.
Also, I will say he was not your apprentice boy.
Well,
he was basically like another leader of another faction.
Well, whatever.
He was kind of like the friendly rival.
Right. It's like he recognizes your authority, but he's ready to step in if you fail.
Think like really old Pokemon rivals, where like, yeah, you're kind of friends, but you're also kind of enemies, and like you just are constantly trying to get one up on each other to see who's really better.
Okay.
I wouldn't say kind of enemies. Rivals, I think, is the best way of putting it. But regardless, do you have a +1?
I do not.
Because everyone else does, apparently.
I do not have one.
Alright.
I come by myself.
All right.
I think the +1s are logical enough, though. It's not just
I think
we're
so.
doing +1s to do +1s.
Yeah, it works.
I don't really have a reason to have one, so.
That is
No.
correct. I was wondering if you would pull one out of your ass or not.
Me too.
I don't.
All right. So, discussions.
All right, you said you were gonna start by taking the floor, Xerxes.
Yes.
Oh, what's the name of possible ruler in training?
Would you like me to find one?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I had not thought of a name
Yeah.
yet.
So
Alright.
while you're thinking about that, Soren's attire has changed. She does now have armor. In fact, I think she would be probably wearing. No, she wouldn't be wearing Damien's because the wings would clash.
You could have 4 wings.
That would look cool, but no, she'd have different armor fashioned in the same
Oh.
style as Damien's.
Okay.
Sorry, I just really loved the phrase, oh no, she wouldn't wear Damien's because that would clash.
I know, right? Same.
The wings would clash. Look,
Listen,
He's not wrong,
it's
but
just
it
a
is
fashion
faux
amusing.
You're both
Yes.
correct.
Meanwhile, this is the first time any of you have seen Virgo, as Virgo and not a fucking suit of armor.
Yeah, no, that's
yeah.
that was probably one of the first things that Xerxes addresses.
she is like Damien, wielding revelry.
Why is she
Damien's
so fucking sicked out for war for negotiations?
'cause
Yeah,
she's
you're in
always stocked
An
up.
extremely... You're in probably one of the 3 most secure locations. And given that, like, all these leaders are here, it's probably even more secure at the moment than usual.
Oh, okay. But her walking around, not in here specifically, just saying like what she's while Jason's figuring out his stuff. Like this is how her attire has changed essentially.
Okay.
And now she has 2 swords strapped on her back. Not saying she's a witcher, just so we're clear. One is the Witch King's, and then the other is Seagram. And
Okay.
yeah, which is a clear difference in her fighting style.
All right.
Now, my question there, is it a clear difference in her fighting style, as in, she dual wields and went, damn, Xerxes really did kill a whole fucking army in 6 seconds, huh? Or is she going, I fight with 1 sword for this type and 1 sword for that type, because she is a witcher?
Essentially Witcher style. But she's not like mutagens and all that shit. She's actually she's pretty close to a Witcher. Just a really heavy armored one.
Those existed. I think they were Order of the Bear?
But I don't think any Witchers use shields.
Maybe they did.
How do you use 2 swords and I guess they do the 1
They
sword
don't.
thing.
Yeah, they don't
Gwen.
use 2 swords.
All Witchers use shields, they use Gwen.
True.
That is their shield. Because, in lore, I bet it's something other than just a snap bubble. They can probably use it a little bit more, like, malleably than that.
Oh, and I'm not sure how sensitive you are to the light that's coming off of other people, Jerry. But
Not.
okay.
Kian.
Never mind then.
Kian.
I just am the light. I don't really see it in other people as much.
All right. Jason, the name of your protege is in the chat.
Okay, hold on.
Meanwhile, I just continue to try and think of names for people, because, I don't really want Swain as the Grand General. Would rather pick an actual fitting name, since it's not just supposed to be a fucking character from League.
All right. How about you guys do stuff and tell me what names you want me to be looking up while you're doing it.
1 for Grand General, and I'm also trying to think of 1 for Diplomat.
Okay.
Wait, which chat where?
Teravita chat in the Discord.
Haravita chat, gotcha.
Yeah, Cayenne.
Kian, I'm pretty sure.
Correct.
I don't know, I like him more as a pepper.
God damn it. I fucking... Okay, anyway. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first official meeting of sorts here. As you can see, I have my protege, Kian, here. I'm grooming him to be the new leader after I retire. He is of a noble bloodline, and I believe will make a great ruler. Also, it's good to see You actually being you and not just a giant hunk of metal, Virgo.
Thank you. Although it is a little odd traveling from place to place like this, not being in a very large suit of armor.
Yes, our new methods of travel are interesting, say the least. Anyway, we have come here to discuss the Grand Alliance, yes?
Correct.
Well, I have taken rule over Lazulyan, as it were, for now. And, we've been establishing friendly connections with those nearby and trying to get those taken from their homes back to where they need.
Oh, a quick thing for me to interject. There was a Council of Lords under the Witch King who were purged while he went mad, so that could have been from one of those families that you got Kian.
Yeah, probably.
Important note, I have been given full power by the Primarch to promise whatever is needed be.
Fantastic, good news.
Also important to note, on the similar topic, I'm unsure if I ever explained it to you all before, but Thunderfell isn't ruled by just me. It's ruled by a council similar to what was under the Witch King, with me counting as 2 votes out of the 8. My diplomat here counts as another, and our Grand General that fought with us during the war counts as another. With the 4 of us, with assuming he'll follow anything I agree with here, which is more than likely, as long as you can convince the both of us, you'll have 50% of Thunderfell's votes on anything, meaning it'll almost certainly go through.
And with the Grand Paladin, if it does reach a tie, then whichever side the Grand Paladin's on wins.
Fantastic.
So as long as you can get everyone here on your side, that's Thunderfell on your side.
Well, I've been taking my own time here to gather a small council of my own. More members to be added, but it's a slow process. Trying to find trustworthy members. Putting power back where it needs.
It's hard to rebuild from so little.
It is, but it's a process that must be done, and I will oversee it as long as I can.
I hope that what little support Thunderfell could send to help in the rebuilding efforts was of use while I was out.
It was more than enough. I appreciate everything that you've given us. Side note here. Not really sure where to go in discussion of a Grand Alliance.
Well, what needs to be laid out? What needs to happen? What like contracts need to be made? What do the other
Roles, trade deals.
right?
Who has what
of these
power? Who needs to do what? Who contributes what?
What rules does everyone have to follow?
right? There needs to be things that we all need to be held accountable for, and there needs to be ways that everyone knows what's going on. None of us should be considered higher than anyone else in this if we're actually going to succeed here.
I think we can all agree that one of the laws of the land and the laws of the Alliance must be no playing with extraplanar forces.
Of course, yes. That should be one we all greatly adhere to.
If I may interject, Jerry, very quickly,
Mhm.
are all of the, and actually for Jason as well, are your councils
I'll be right back real quick. Pee.
all male or mixed?
Mixed.
Okay.
Mixed.
Okay. And though I did look up a male name for your protege, were you thinking he was a boy?
Yeah,
It
I was
sounded like
thinking
that.
it was going to be
Okay.
a guy.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Also, since Thunderfell was founded by just whoever was left, it could easily also fit several different nationalities, albeit they would have started to conglomerate into more of one over time.
Thunderfellow is primarily Greek, but also just like more broadly central to Western Mediterranean.
All right. I knew you had that kind of stuff thought out, which is part of why I was having a really hard time thinking of a name. I was like, I don't know what he went after, because I went after U Realms, and I don't think he wants me to use those naming schemes. Because that means one of the
Basically-
council members would be French.
Basically, no, actually, yes. Like, basically anything Western Europe works. Western Europe or Northern Mediterranean.
Alright.
So French works.
Make the diplomat French.
Very well.
They'll be the replacement for the Tarsiel Lambert family.
See if I'm trying to think of like what actual things to be thought up. I didn't have like a big list of things.
It's fine. We'll come up with it as we go.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
what
know.
this discussion is for.
Yeah. On the topic of the not messing with extraplanetary things, I entirely agree. But do we not already do that to some degree?
We do.
Does Roxana not go to another realm whenever she blinks in and out of our world like she does? And
Yeah,
how
I
do
was
those
gonna-
teleportation
I'm
feel?
back.
Those teleportations are... Oh. I didn't even
gonna
realize
ask
you
about
left.
that.
Well,
It had
we
to
should
be.
be looking
I did
for
say.
malefic forces rather than just the experimenting. We
Perhaps
should
the
have a
prohibition.
council that works on this by itself.
Perhaps
and
the
deems
prohibition
whether or not.
is more regarding
Summoning.
contacting and working with extraplanar forces rather than using extraplanar magic.
Yes.
Extraplanar magic is not an issue. Attempting to bring something from another plane here,
That
where
is
it
the
is
problem.
untethered by summoning, where it can easily be banished, will
I
bring
have-
down the wrath of the Order.
I have an idea. No, that wouldn't work. I was gonna say I had an idea where it's like interplanar police, where it'd be like my people making sure cause like the teleportation systems, like stuff like that. I don't know.
I mean, that is a thing. I can't say as much for Jesse's world because it's custom, but like base Pathfinder, there's literally a like extraplanar race of things that their job is to fuck with people that fuck with the extraplanar stuff too much.
Yeah.
Like there are people that literally come for you if you plane hop and like bring the planes out of whack.
Right. It sort of be like that, sort of like a fail safe in case stuff like that happens, but not everyone can do the thing I can, so
Fair. There is also, at the very least, in Jesse's world, there is an order, other than the Phoenix Order, dedicated to taking out threats from extraplanar forces. There are two orders dedicated to that.
Well, it's rather one order and then a sect of another order.
Yeah. Like, that is a very handled thing in this world. Let's see.
I will say this. I can almost guarantee, or actually,
How do I
can
pronounce that?
guarantee
Melanie.
that should you want a teleportation circle in your main hub of your civilization, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. Say if you want one in the Zulian, or what is Jerry's place?
In your
Thunderfell.
capital, you can just say.
In your capital. Yeah, that works. Then we will be happy to make one.
Man, I sure
Um,
assumed it was already there, because we've actually talked about how I used it.
It takes longer to make a permanent one, but there would be temporary ones in place, I believe.
Okay.
The use of these circles would be the rules would be determined by the city they are in, and that is something to think on very hard, well, very deeply, because economy economies could get very warped with easy access.
I see no reason not to have one in each capital. It would just be on who can use it and why it can be used.
I feel as though we should establish a possible new center city. Somewhat of a trade hub, if you will. Where those of the common folk that do not reside in the cities may come to establish trade in said city.
I mean, I live near most riverbanks and such, which are good trade routes. I'm pretty, like, out of game, I'm pretty sure, I haven't seen the map in a while, but I'm pretty sure that, like, one of the rivers
Sorry,
leads, like,
Discord.
right... What?
If you scroll a
Maps
little
in the
bit up in
Discord.
the Discord, you can see it. So if we'll just move over to there quickly. So in the Terravita channel, in the Discord, scrolling a little bit up past my last couple messages, that's the map. The purple shaded area, and this is like the shading is for when the war was happening. The red shaded area is where the Witch King's forces controlled. Darker is like more centralized. Purple is the same but for Jerry's forces. So that the shading doesn't really apply anymore, but the rivers are still there, and basically all of the red shaded area, aside from like the really dark spot towards the bottom, is the area that your people are from.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly some outside of that as well.
How much control does Roxana still really have?
I don't know. That's up to you.
The war's over, and they were
Yeah.
only together to stop him. So did they?
I think we were just like so war torn. We just sort of like came together and was like, yeah, okay. Like some people probably did branch off, but like not to make like an entirely new like country or nation. We just sort of grew up, like kind of just came together because the only other option was like to just be nomadic again, and that didn't work out too well. So
Well, I would think that the tribes would mostly go their separate ways, but like keep ties to each other. Like
kind of like a nation of nomads.
Right. Like a federation. Like all the tribes are independent, but like if needed, and maybe periodically, they come together and meet.
That makes sense.
Okay, I mean, whatever works for you.
Well, I'm making suggestions. This is your people. I'm pulling mostly from like history because that's in many ways what the tribes of Germany did.
Oh.
And like Northern Europe.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
I want you to be happy with this, not just like concede. Do you like the suggestion, or are you just saying okay?
I don't know. I'm like, because I don't know, like.
Well, that's what I'm here for. So are you thinking they kind of stayed together, because like in their imprisonment, like the societal barriers were kind of like destroyed?
Well, yeah, because like I don't know, like my understanding was like they were nomads, and then like like with all this stuff happening, there really wasn't like anything to go back to.
Right.
Because they were like the hardest hit.
Yeah. Well, like they still had their ancestral lands to go back to, but it wasn't like there were settlements there.
They have the place, but like all the culture and whatever was kind of wiped out.
Yeah.
So like they'd sort of just have to rebuild, and like I'm trying to think, like I don't know, because I know they want to. I want to focus on them like rebuilding and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So I have a thought. You were talking about a central kind of trade hub.
Yes.
So there is a river that goes basically from Lazulian to the kind of inland sea that Thunderfall is on, and following that sea out to the ocean is Finicus. So having, do you see? Is everyone looking at the map right now?
No, but I can.
Okay. So
That, yeah.
yeah. So once you all are, just let me know.
Yeah, I see it. Oh
Okay.
yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So there are those two rivers, one coming down from the north, one coming up from the south. The one from the south is basically directly from Lazulion. So perhaps between or on the mouth of one of those rivers, you could establish a city of your, like, basically the first major city of your now unified or more unified culture.
Yes. I like that idea.
Like a melting pot city,
Yeah.
basically.
Yes, somewhere where everyone from around can come to do trade and can transport to the cities if.
Yeah, and I think it would be primarily Rocky's people, but also it's like right on the route between all the others, so it'd be really good.
It'll easily it'll probably be a diverse city because there will be enough trade from the other places, but like its main populace would be Rocky's people.
Yeah, but even in just that capacity, it's still pretty diverse because it was a diverse array of tribes,
Right?
Different races, different cultures.
A question on that aspect, well, kind of on that city, where is the capital from Terra Vita ending up? Is it this city, or is it, if I remember right, more to the east?
So it's east and north. So on the other.
I'm just making sure we're not just making that city.
You're not.
Alright.
So on the other inland sea, in the kind of, so there's a bay that kind of juts off to the left of it, and at the top left of that there are two rivers. Do you see them?
Yes.
It wasn't called Kyoshi. The capital of Kyoshi, whose name I forget at the moment, was situated on the southern bank of that southern of those two rivers.
All right. Yeah, I just mostly wanted to make sure we weren't just making that city, because if so, then we had to like follow rules and stuff in order for it to
Even
make
in that case, you would not, because it is still hundreds of years in the future and things could have changed slightly. But regardless, I would not.
If it changed, then what we said didn't actually then it didn't really hold. And
Part of why I'm fine with doing what we're doing now is I have very, very little of the situation on land figured out. Like only the very bare minimum, because the entire campaign took place on another continent with only kind of offhand mentions of this place. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So basically anything that happens now will easily be able to fit in and determine more specifics of how it will be in the future.
Alright.
So Rocky, what do you think about that city?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. And then are people... Well, I would assume like some would, but are significant portions of your people going to return to those ancestral lands?
Yeah, I think definitely the majority are gonna like centralize in like those spots.
Okay. Wait, so you said the majority are going to centralize?
Well, I mean, you know what I mean, like sort of like, at least they'll want to stay in the areas they're familiar with.
Okay.
Which tends to be a lot, because, you know.
Right. So the majority, so my interpretation is the majority will kind of go back and spread out into the lands they once lived in, but a significant minority will stay here and found the city.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Big good.
Because like not everyone wants to like stay in a spot.
And I I would think it would be kind of a tribe by tribe thing. So I would think it's likely that like it's certain tribes, like potentially entire tribes that are staying and founding the city together.
Yeah. Like one tribe really likes the idea for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I could also very much see like people from Thunderfell going there either for just helping out the efforts of like building the city and then just staying there once it's built, or just change of pace. There's so little in this world, and wanderlust is absolutely a thing that like there's an absolute chance that people will just show up.
Yeah.
If a city is made, people will come at this point in the world.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I like that. So you kind of have an established, or there will be an established trade hub, kind of at, I mean, effectively the center of the world right now.
The center of the world.
Yeah.
Alright, well, what do we name this city? Or shall that wait till it's made?
Entirely up to you guys.
Well, I think either way we name it now. The question is, do we name it now in person or in character, or do we name it a couple years down the road when the city's finished in character?
To give the people a home and to name it. That way it feels solid, secure, real.
Should we name it after Damien?
You would not want that.
Okay, just kidding then.
I like the idea of the badass with the, like, just deleting souls. Like, oh yeah, I was just joking. Is there anything we want to name it after?
No.
I can't think of anything really.
Well, Thunderfell was named after the reason that the land exists still. We named it after some of the heroes that fought against the destruction. The reason it still, or the reason that the land still stands today is because of them. So we thought it was a fitting name.
I say we name it after the actions of the war. Big key moments. Meaning the moment of the defeat of the Witch King, the resurrection of everyone after, how the light fell from the heavens. You could just call it Lightfall.
Fall seems like an odd part to an odd word to be in a city's name. But I like where you're going.
Yes, it has a ring to it.
Please, don't you think that the guards would have something fun that they could say? Though light falls on the city, our walls will not.
That could work. We could call it the New Light.
New Light City.
I like this.
That sounds like a Pokemon town.
It does, and I like it.
It also sounds like New York City.
Oh,
Yeah,
You know
you're
that
right.
giant bustling city on, like, it's
On the
on
mouth
an
of
ocean.
a river that was established as a trade hub.
Yeah, it's almost like we're doing that. Also, that city that's known for being bright always, because even when it's pitch black, that city's on fire with how much light is there.
New Light City. I dig it.
Looks like I made a good wall joke. Fox just made New York.
No, actually it works. I kind of like it. I would have been fine with either Lightfall or New Light City.
Maybe let's just call it New Light, and then people may call it New Light City. Like, its
Yeah.
official name is New Light, so it's not so one-to-one.
Yeah.
All right.
That will work.
There will absolutely become a cult of darkness or some shit by the time that city's made.
There will
Oh,
become a cult of
Darktown.
darkness.
What was that? Jesse?
Lavender
And
Town.
that is why there is a new cathedral here.
You mean there will become a cult of darkness?
There'll just be a rival
Oh,
town.
I'm sure there's one in Thunderfell.
If
I am
there is a cult
absolutely
of
sure there's
darkness,
some kind
it
of
is
cult
already
of
being
Thunderfell.
hunted by the Order.
If there's a cult of darkness in the city that's ruler is the light itself, you think it's not being hunted there too? It's just hard to snuff out cults.
Especially one dedicated to darkness.
Well, there's another order of business that we must get to.
And what is
The
that?
place of our final fight of the war.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, where was that?
The mages of the Order say somewhere extremely far to the north. That is all that they can give. It is uncharted land, only accessible via our portals.
Now, I might be crazy here.
That's true.
Thank you, King and Waiting. But should we not send more people there to possibly explore the area and find out what is there? Maybe
No, that is an excellent idea.
But
And that
maybe
is
also,
certainly something we can do.
do we want to work on possibly making a city or some such there as well? Obviously not for the purpose of trade or anything like that, more of just a new city of a new land. I
We
am
could set it
absolutely
up there,
certain
and
there
we could also
have not
set it
been
up
back
as
there
the
yet,
new
Virgo.
meeting place for the Grand Alliance members.
I think that might be risky.
I disagree. Virgo, you have not been there. You have been out. I have. That
You're-
place is the most sanctified land I have ever tread.
What about around it? What about the uncharted lands around that place? If we
Well,
don't know what's
obviously-
there, anything could come into those sanctified lands.
Yes, but that's
Maybe
why
not things
we.
that can't quite literally enter sanctified lands because they're sanctified, but what if some just wild
Regardless,
beast comes in? Until
it
that place
is-
is secure, should we hold meetings there?
That is true. We should secure it. I
Yes.
agree with that part. However, the land is important. We may build a city in that land if need be, but the site itself, it
could
should
be
be
like
for
a
ceremonies of the highest import.
it could be like a pilgrimage site or something like that.
I will say that the surrounding land is not very hospitable. It would be difficult to have a city there that doesn't rely almost entirely on imports through the portals.
Well, that might make a reason that our economy won't fucking explode when we make a new portal. Like, if we transfer things through portals, that would make a reason that our economy won't explode. That would basically turn into a city of adventurers, and that's where all the funding comes from anyway.
I mean, more nature-inclined members of the Order might see that as a place to test new lands and rejuvenate something that is not yet come back from whatever caused it to be bad. Or simply to just find a place to live on their own.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, it is something we should definitely explore, but I say securing it at the very least.
Maybe
Yes.
that area just seems so skeptical to me until we can explore the surroundings more. Maybe it's because I haven't been there myself, but I don't feel I can trust somewhere that we can only access through what once was, or possibly still is, I haven't used it yet, and a sinister teleportation magic to go to a place that was once an unholy cathedral. Even if it is one now sanctified, it just seems so tainted in my mind. It seems hard to trust that area.
Understandable.
Maybe after time, maybe after we've explored the area,
Like I said, Virgo,
done things there more, I could trust it.
with no disrespect, you have not been there yet. You have not felt. The land itself hums with a light.
Quick question. We're in the throne room that's like within the same building as the teleporter to get there, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Could we not just go there?
We could.
Yes.
Well, how about
I'm
you bring me there?
always in my fucking armor. I just have my swords and shield off to the side.
I'm sure my weapon is at the door. I just won't have my like living armory at the door, cause I can't get in that alone.
Yeah.
Well, I would think that you guys would have an escort that would come with you. A
Of course.
significant escort.
Not that I doubt that we could handle it. Anyways, but it has been 3 months of cleansing remnants for me. Let's go.
We take a stroll to the Witch King's former cathedral. Swaps map. Oh my God! There's so many demon corpses.
Nah, I'm not swapping the map.
I just swapped the map because we still have GM powers.
No, you
I didn't
don't.
swap it for people. No, I'm still GM at least. Take it
Motherfucker,
from me.
reload. I did take it from you.
I reload. I'm already here. It's fine.
I want to make pickles.
I don't think we could have had a more off discussion comment.
So
I'm sure
No,
we
we
could
go to
have.
the portal and walk to the now sanctified cathedral of the Witch King summoning.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So is it
What if-
just the same place, but it feels good to be here now?
Oh, I was meaning for it to be so suffused with light that even the sun ring is like humming with pleasure.
Different kinds of light, bud.
Hmm?
If anything, they would be interfering with each other.
Interesting.
Very different kinds of light.
Which
Okay.
I kind of think just keeps Virgo in the thought of I don't fully trust this place.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah, there's a lot unknown around it, and this place just still holds in just something's not quite right energy to Virgo.
Has Soren or the Order of the Phoenix done anything here? Like
Oh, they
made
would've-
made any structures or anything like that?
Yeah, they would have cleared out the area, made sure that it was safe, and they probably would have built a statue of Damien
Okay.
commemorating what he did.
All right.
Man, it's gonna be like a couple days between Virgo like passing out and then to him waking up and he's here and there's his friend that he met and just died a couple days ago and he already has a statue. Like
Mhm.
he knows it's been 3 months, but he's been unconscious for 3 months. So it's like on immediate sight, damn, they worked fast.
To be fair, even 3 months is very quick to make a statue, but magic.
Speed.
Magic
Yeah,
and the
but
order
magic.
is extremely
And
high
Lazu-
skill.
and Lazulion specifically has extremely high skilled stonemasons and
That too.
carvers and
Zulion
workers.
is the dwarves,
Mhm.
even though there are no dwarves.
Effectively,
So putting all those extremely skilled people together.
Yeah, and then you think, man, Virgo's been conscious for roughly 3 days, so it
Yep.
just feels like it was really fast.
Oh, and Jerry?
Yeah.
What I was meaning to have it so absurdly blessed with light is the statue. Also, this place would be guarded by the Order as well. The statue would be holding Excalibur.
Ah.
How much Order is guarding this place? Because, like, I know no one's gonna walk in through the portal, stroll up, take the sword, and leave. But, like, I just can't get past the fact that we don't know what's out there. This is an entirely unexplored land that, as far as our record books knew, didn't even exist.
There would at least be another Exarch there right now.
To be fair, though, you didn't really have record books.
Well, through the time that the city's been, you know, like, a city, I'm sure they've been trying to make them.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they've been trying to, like, find out as much as they can about what is around them.
Yeah.
Soren's going to say, for now, we are keeping Excalibur here to continue to bless it, this place.
All right.
Later we may switch out sword, but for now, this place has the protection of raw light itself.
Man, that with the music that's playing, I don't like the feeling, man.
Not a fan.
Something about the different light, and we literally fought the BBEG here. Just like, I don't like it.
Well, it's raw light. It's primordial light. Light that even gods don't try to directly tamper with.
You're right. It's not tampered god light. It's ungodly tampered light.
It's unfiltered, pure, raw light.
Yeah, compared to mine, which is just god juice that I'm squeezing into people.
Yeah.
Which is kind of gross.
God
Yeah,
juice.
I don't know that.
Would you rather have crude oil in your car or gasoline?
Ah, yes, the choice of the century.
Yes. That's a kind of parallel that I could draw.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent parallel.
Mm-hmm. Special sauce.
I'm sure that this place is well enough protected by the Order, but if we're talking about meeting places, why not the new trade hub city that we're going to be making, that is supposed to be the centralized place for all of us?
That is not a bad idea at all.
That is fair. The Order will continue to use this place, so if that is not to anyone's disliking.
I will have my forces work with you, considering that this place is linked to mine.
That's another speaking point there. Should we possibly figure out another way to get here?
Yes.
Is
Any
that
of
even
your
possible
circles
for us
that will
currently?
be placed within your city will be linked to here. Perhaps
So
just personal ones.
So have you dismantled the previous circle that we used and rebuilt it? Or was there nothing malicious about that circle?
If there was anything malicious, I forget what the arcane order that I named was. I thought it was the... Where was that? Whatever. There was a fancy name for it, but essentially the arcane order would have dismantled it. and rebuilt it and linked. But I do not know the full details. All I know is, to the Order's knowledge right now, it is secured and safe from any threats. Otherwise, we would not have Excalibur sitting right there.
I understand that. If we can, I'd prefer to go back to the throne room for the rest of this meeting.
Yeah.
Understandable. Let's adjourn back in the throne room.
Soren nods, takes a look at the statue, kind of sighs, and walks with you.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back. Getting a phone call.
All right.
Okay.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Alright.
Okay.
Found another meeting photo.
I found a better meeting photo, I think.
Less Ghost Man on throne.
Yes.
More Love and Destiny.
Yeah. Come on. I just need it
You'll
to
You'll
be
get
the
it
right
eventually,
size.
I believe in you.
I'm glad that somebody does. That works.
During this intermission,
Mhm.
man, I've been noticing in the West Marches thing, at least for bronze, because like I've only really been looking at those job offerings.
Yeah.
Man, there's a lot of casters.
Oh yeah?
There's so many cast. Yeah, like
Well, to be fair,
most
most
of-
of the classes are casters.
well,
in
I
some
mean like
respects.
hard caster. There's a difference between like a cleric who can cast and can hit,
Hmm.
and like most of the ones I'm looking at have like 1 to 2 wizards, and like there's usually at least one other full caster.
Hmm.
Like the one I joined, they were specifically looking for a frontliner because they had 2 wizards and a ranger, and they were like, we could really use a frontliner.
Yeah,
Like,
no, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
down.
Like, there's definitely a lack of frontliners.
I also see
Which-
people saying like we could really use a healer, and I just kind of look at that like,
Well, I'm
are
both.
clerics relegated to get fucked in this world?
I don't know. I think people just don't play them as much. But luckily, I'm both. So I'm basically guaranteed a yes, you can join whenever I want to join a list.
Yeah, I think that you rolled well there when you're
Yeah.
like, you know what, paladin sounds fun, and
yeah.
then you found out, oh, people constantly need frontliners and healers.
Yeah.
Well,
Meanwhile, I rolled monk, but like not just monk, I rolled tank monk, and I have a feeling I'm either going to be really useful because I'm tank monk, or people are gonna go like, but you
He's
don't
just
do
a
enough
fighter.
damage.
He's
Yeah,
just a fighter that punches. Why do we want him?
yeah. Why not the fighter that swings their sword instead?
Fortunately, though, like, at least until, like, I'm seeing it a tiny bit in Iron Tier, but it seems like up until Steel, they're not really picky about team comp.
Oh, I've seen specifically like try and pick a good team comp in some of the like
Yeah, I
some
know.
of the availability posts, and I'm like,
Yeah, it doesn't happen much though.
I've also noticed that like the jobs are named like they have little they have modules that the GM just grabs and goes, I guess I'll run this today.
I know they do have some repeatable missions, but also like they have. I don't know the specifics of it because I'm not like on the inside of the operation, but they
Yeah.
have like a team of people who like make sure everything fits together.
Fits thematically enough that they
Yeah.
can do it.
Yeah, and like and they like produce the things. Like if a DM has an idea, they make it, and then like it, I think, goes through like review by the people, like the lore masters or whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
does this work? What changes might need to be made to make it fit? But yeah, I know they do have also like a selection of just general repeatable missions. But also, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, the repeatable ones never have magic items associated with them.
I'm doing a mission that they repeat doing, but is not a repeatable mission, if that makes sense.
Okay. It probably...
Like, they keep running this mission, but you can't replay it.
Right. I think that might have magic items associated with it. Or at least might be able to.
Uncertain.
But I know that, like, if you're able to replay a mission,
mostly just
you
want
can't
to
get
stop
magic
being
items from
level
it. Yeah, that's fair.
I at least would like to be the way of the long death monk and not just monk, because being weirdly death obsessed and then not having anything about death is just a little bit not to my liking.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yes, I've made this character based around the goddess of death. Oh wait, I have no death-related anything yet? Shit, fuck.
All I do is punch stuff.
Yeah, dude, I don't even punch stuff. I primarily sickle stuff, and then I punch stuff with the martial arts, because in 5e they said instead of monks attacking a lot, they just attack one extra time every turn.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Yeah.
still a lot, it's just a whole different way to do it.
Yeah. I had a similar problem, like, when I was level 2 before I got Oath of Redemption, because I planned from the start, I'm probably going to do Oath of Redemption. But then I realized,
And then
wait.
you weren't Redemption, and you were like,
Yeah.
wait, shit.
But then I rolled with it, and I was like, well, if something happens that
You
would
can always change.
kind of make me lean more towards something else before I hit level 3, then I'll do something else. But fortunately for my plans, both games, before I hit level 3, kind of like, things happened that made me be like, yeah, this guy is definitely going Oath of Redemption.
I'd have a hard time seeing, like, unless they make this guy really just want to rethink his life and go drunken master, I have a hard time making him go a different type of monk.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna mute while I eat.
Do it.
So what talking topic should we do next, boys?
I don't even know what's there left.
I was
There's
gonna
a ton
suggest.
left. We're making the United Nations, and all we've said is, what if we make a new city?
I want to do like. I don't know. because,
Okay,
like,
yeah.
I'm not
What-
super big on like politics and stuff, so like none of this is gonna be like stuff I'm gonna be able to like be like, oh, blah blah about. But like stuff that Roxana would probably want is like infrastructure and like community togetherness or whatever.
One of the things that I want to get done for sure is, like, what laws do we all need to follow? Like,
That's
what
the
are
big
the,
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's obvious.
What are the UN laws that all of the nations now have to follow?
What's your Geneva Convention?
Dude,
Yeah,
I don't fucking
Well,
even
I think
know.
the Geneva Convention is the
Specifically,
what
these
Luke
are the
already brought
things
up.
that, specifically, these are the things that are war crimes. Don't do them.
which is currently extraplanar summoning.
Yeah.
Well, extraplanar, not just basic shit.
Collaborating with extraplanar entities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What else though?
I'm eating again.
I'm eating again, he says.
Do we want to try and figure out, like, trade negotiations?
Yes, but also, what are our exports even gonna be like?
That's a Jesse question right there. What are our exports? Well, one thing I know is, Lazulian is apparently the gods of stone. If you need
Yep.
stone, or if you need it worked, you ask Lazulian.
Yes.
Outside of the raw manpower, I don't actually know what Vanderfell has to trade.
Yeah, I don't know what I have either, considering we didn't really have much, considering everything was taken from us. But I assume we had stuff before that happened. I don't know what that stuff was. I mean, I assume Jesse's just gonna be like, it's up to you, but it's like, I don't know the climate of this place. I'm near rivers. Rice.
I
No, not rice.
genuinely just don't know what the fucking
Other than like stuff that's super specific trade, like I don't know, a special flower or something. I'm trying to think of what from you realms I can go. Yes, that's something I'd like this city to have as a decent export.
Mm-hmm.
Because if possible, I'd like to have lotuses only being grown in that area of the world. That's just the only place they happen to grow.
Why?
Because easily the most interesting character in New Realms was the Lotus Dragon. And she had one of the main seats on the council.
Was she actually
So-
a dragon?
Yes,
Okay, that's not gonna work then.
she was actually a dragon, but she wasn't in this world. Like, that was New Realms lore.
Right.
She was an actual dragon, and she was just called the Lotus Dragon.
Yes.
So I just thought that'd be a decent reason to have, like, lotuses being one of the rare things of that land.
Yeah. What was I gonna look up? Damn it.
Hard to say.
don't know. All I know is I ate a bunch of sushi and now I'm tired.
Ah. Right, I was gonna try and find a more useful map for you guys.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, what about silver? Can I do silver?
Sure.
Not an exclusive thing because I do know that
Well, that's not an exclusive thing, obviously,
Right.
but like,
I know
it's
that
hard to have an exclusive thing in that small area of a world. It's more of just that could be a main export.
I do know that there is a lot of silver in the islands of the Phoenix Brigade.
Damn, Luke sniped it from me.
Nah, I sniped it from you.
You sniped it from me for Luke, because it's in his area, so I blame him.
Well, it's not his area. He's not even in control of the Phoenix Brigade. But that is why, well, one of the reasons why the Phoenix Brigade, like, established themselves there. Because
I
silver
like
for
how it keeps getting called Order of the Phoenix.
it's called the Order of the Phoenix. The Phoenix Brigade is more of a colloquial term that people will end up calling it in future. But it's what I called it first, like when I was first coming up with it, because the Phoenix Brigade was my old guild in Arcage.
Swag.
Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. Without even being here, your civilization has managed to snipe one of the exports I wanted to grab.
What?
So,
Your islands have a
Oh.
bunch of silver, and he wanted silver.
yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna
sorry.
try and grab silver as a main export.
Yeah, no. See, the thing is, we're an island nation. We don't have very many exports, so the ones that we can grab, we're going to.
Well, yeah, but currently no one has any exports at all, so we were just kind of coming up with them.
Mhm.
But,
Oh, okay.
but I didn't know you already had silver.
And we also export pest control, so, you know,
Can I have-
interdimensional pest control.
They export services more than goods.
Can
Yes.
I have the spice trade? Can I be the spice trade, please?
Sure.
Cool.
I'll take iron.
Okay.
Makes
I
sense.
think until someone claims it, it's open. If you want your nation to have that as an export and Jesse doesn't immediately say no for lore
Yeah.
purposes, you're good.
The only possible restrictions will be in latitude for like plants and animals. Like basically any minerals, you just say you want it, and then that's where it is. But for like other things, like we're not gonna have like peaches growing way up in the mountains, that kind of thing.
Who has
Mhm.
mountains?
Um,
Jason, I guess?
all
Yeah,
of
I'd
you,
say probably like
all of
I
you
mean,
have
we all-
mountains.
We all have mountains, but none of us are, like, specifically mountainous.
Jason is
Assuming the
definitely
order-
specifically mountainous.
The
Is
I'd
it-
order
like
would probably
to
be
take
precious
gold as well,
metals
then.
and gemstones. Assuming that we have access to that.
Precious metals and gemstones.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, you're not
'Cause,
gonna.
you know,
It's not gonna be
silver-
all precious metals and all gemstones. but we can go like specific things.
I was gonna take gold and iron.
Okay.
What's that radioactive metal that the
Uranium?
submarine's made out of? No, not that one.
I think it's like
That what's made out
thorium
of?
or something.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's thorium.
Let's
You made
do
a
that
ring
one.
out of thorium.
Look,
That's what
It
the ring
had-
is made out of.
Oh
look,
my
it had to
God.
be something strong enough to literally hold the power of a god. It also fit the theme of my suit's kind of like a radiation suit, but it's holding the radiation in instead.
Yep, basically. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is thorium. It's silvery
Thorium
and
is
tarnishes
actually
black.
really cool.
Yeah, it's like one of the densest things that you can just find
It's
in the
not
ground.
just that. Have you seen New Age nuclear reactors?
Yes, thorium reactors is what
They're
nuclear
so
reactors
cool!
are. Yeah.
We need it. We need to go full scale on that.
What do you mean by what? Are you talking about in this world or in our world?
In our world.
Okay. So it's like I'm
Sorry,
trying to keep electricity out of this.
I nerded out for a moment.
No, you're
The-
good.
the
I also
The
agree.
second electricity hits fantasy, when you cast spark and like lightning bolts and shit, too many questions come up.
Yeah. Right now, my explanation for why it just
Yeah.
can't work is there's way too much electromagnetic radiation around for like electronics to not just explode.
Yes.
So like if anyone tries to like make them, it's just gonna fail, and then they won't try and make them more.
So I'd probably. 1 second. Oh, okay. I'll be right out. I'd probably go mostly with like services. So if you need
Mhm.
skilled hands, for pretty much anything, and specifically if you needed things killed that aren't supposed to be there, that
For when
fit
the
the
adventurer
order's
doesn't cut it.
description. When the adventurer doesn't cut it, call in the order of you're going to fucking run.
It'll bankrupt you, but they'll show up.
Actually, no. Like, they just show up. They don't want to.
They have to
They-
get
they-
resources from somewhere though.
Well,
Like
yeah,
charity,
absolutely.
nonprofit works, but charity doesn't work because then you just go broke and can't keep doing it.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, like for big things, they do ask for
Compensation.
some compensation, but regardless, they're going to clear it out because it is their sacred charge.
Except, the biggest things, because who were you gonna ask for compensation during the War of the Witch King? You went.
They
fucking, I
they
don't
weren't
know,
gonna
man.
join it because they didn't think that it was an issue. And then
At
they were like,
first.
"This is an issue."
And then they sent their deadliest warrior and 3 of their fucking like strongest fighting units. Strongest individually, not strongest overall, because yeah, the like main martial group, if you told them that, they'd probably punch you.
Oh no, punched.
Uh
Don't hurt your hand.
a lot of them, any of the monks of the order wouldn't. Let's see what else. Yeah, so I'd say silver, rare metals such as like adamantine and mithril. And then probably like high exports on say like diamonds and what are like gems that are related with volcanic activity, because it's an island range that's
Yeah.
springing up out of the ocean. so-
I believe
Rubies come to mind, but that's because of
corundum.
Pokemon.
I believe corundum, which includes rubies and sapphires, and I think some types of emerald.
So yeah, stuff like that.
He's Gen 3. He's Gen 3.
I mean, there was islands.
Yeah,
I mean,
7 out of 10,
honestly,
too much water.
if that land in the north turns out just to be another island, they're just gonna take that too.
I mean, technically, everything's just another island.
Like another not continent-size island.
It's a continent-sized island.
Okay.
Woo!
So, Jason, you have iron, gold, and stone.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky has the spices.
The spice of
Is
life.
right.
Good job.
I have lotuses and thorium.
That's weird, but cool.
I need to think of something more
You
useful.
could try to do textiles.
I was thinking silks came to mind.
Yeah.
That works.
Textiles.
I don't, Jason. That's a fancy word that I assume means
Cloth.
fabrics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Cloth, threads. I think it's more specifically like threads, but also like things that are made out of threads.
I'm down with that. That's a nice like
I'm
direct,
assuming.
directly against Virgo of big fuck with metal. It's like, oh no, we're actually silk traders.
I'm assuming Lazulian would be on top of what you said, probably also a large amount of farming and like.
Probably.
Lazulian is basically a city state.
Have Lazuli, I'll be a little upset.
They do.
Assuming that that's
I'm-
an actual
I'm gonna
thing
s-
and
I'm gonna
not
say that
just from Minecraft.
Until the Witch King conquered like everything, Lazulian was just a city state.
Okay.
I
well,
understand that.
Just like in terms
like,
of they don't
We would
have
probably have a
tons and
decent
tons of
amount
agriculture
farming or
area.
whatever, but we don't have like a shitload. We like the actual
Who
city
has the
state of
most-
Lazulian isn't as big as it looks because
has
that
the
was all
most
conquered.
farmable land.
I
Rock.
think I do.
The most
Rocco,
land, definitely Rocky.
Hey,
Okay. Most farmable land.
Most farmable
Rocky.
land is pretty subjective. I think the most land that has already been farmed would be Thandrafell. The most land that could be farmed is Rocky.
hey,
Well, we're going to be providing for a lot of civilizations now, so we're going to need to plant food.
I can be the breadbasket if
Don't
I
worry,
need
a lot
to
of
be.
people died. You don't have as many mouths to feed right now.
But we will.
Yeah.
Which is
I think that's not
expansion.
necessarily going to be a one nation kind of ordeal. I think that's just a
Combined.
yeah.
like,
It's a
that-
combined
thing.
effort.
Okay.
I
Combined
think
effort,
down
yeah,
the
sure.
line that could very much become a one of the nations becomes more farm heavy kind of thing, but at the moment that would be more of a like combined effort to keep everything fed.
But yeah, I'd have to say that probably the biggest export from the order would definitely be services in the way of, teleportation.
We're non-profit, but every time you teleport it costs you 10 gold per pound.
Well, it's non-profit, but like,
Nonprofit still has to get their like funds somewhere. They can't keep
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
things with no money, or no resources rather.
I know.
I know. You
It
know.
would
I'm just saying.
probably cost to install.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
definitely does cost to install, so they probably like charge, hey, this is how much it's going to cost us, so you're going to pay that.
Mm-hmm.
so it's a charge, and a charge because it's, well, one, maintenance and also funding a society, but it's not malicious and, well, not like,
It's a nonprofit.
it's not exploitative.
Like, it might cost
There.
a lot, but they're not going to like try and get you for all your work. They're just going to like say, hey, this is how much it's going to cost, so we need you to pay that.
That plus like 10% so we can actually like live.
Maybe.
Yeah. So basically, anything that they can, as much as they can lower it, they will. But other than that,
No, I get that. I'm just trying to think like how does economy work with these nations? Because like I'm hearing there's like one nation, a nation being built, another nation kind of being built, and then an island.
an island chain
Well,
Hawaii.
with-
you get
with
what I mean.
fingers
Luke, like
and
nation-
institutions around, like, everywhere.
Right, but as you explained, your like main use in the UN here is like you're just the really powerful dudes. You're not like necessarily providing specific like resources. You're providing like tasks. You're just the really effective. You're the specialists in every trade, not necessarily like the guy that
Yeah,
provides
no,
anything.
like, they're not the
They're the worldwide army.
pretty much.
Right. So it's when I'm thinking like, all right, so what does every nation like bring to the table? I see the order as a lot of
The
firepower.
really big stick.
Like yeah, like all the firepower and like some precious metals. But like mostly firepower.
Yeah, I'd say that's apt.
Yeah. And that's kind of how they've survived up to this point. They're just firepower, and people say, "Oh, hey, you helped us. we're gonna give you money because we like you and we want you to keep doing that.
Yeah. For general exports, do you think there's anything we're missing that need to be figured out, Jesse?
Yes. Don't worry about it though, because like anything that you don't figure out, I will figure out. If and when it
Basically,
needs.
anything we don't claim, you'll figure it out.
Right.
Alright.
And like, I'm not expecting you guys to create an economy, to be honest. You've already done way more in that than I was expecting.
Is there any obvious things that we've missed? Other than
More
that's true, that's hard.
rules and regulations for like, basically like codes of conduct for people.
That's
I meant specifically on the
hard.
exports field, but yeah.
Specific things on the exports field.
Because once we get off a subject, I'm hoping we don't backpedal onto things often, so I'm kind of trying to get everything we're done with this topic next.
Lumber, the islands are basically the only place where that is in large quantity.
Because most of the world has been
Most of the world got torched, and then all the people there got torched, so the dragons didn't go back there for a while, because there wasn't anyone to kill there, so the trees had a bit of time to regrow. Basically.
So essentially, we grow wood.
You have wood.
We have wood.
You have a lot of wood. As long as you're replanting it, you will continue having wood.
Yes.
A side note on that,
Uh-huh.
one tree will give more than enough resources to grow more than one tree.
Correct.
So, like, maybe your incredibly powerful mages, there's probably some druids in there, can work to slowly start getting the rest of the nations, wooded again.
Mm-hmm.
They probably do that.
That'd be over a lot.
I mean, honestly, that's the
not like
main
that's
goal of
instant,
like the nature sect of
Yeah,
the order. Is
actually,
just
I think kind of like
nature.
I think kind of like recreating or like healing the war and dragon-torn land could be like a major overarching goal of this alliance. It's like we now have power to do things, so let's use it to do good.
Like, we've rebuilt enough finally from that catastrophe. Let's actually finally start fixing this world again.
Right.
The biggest question is the rules and codes of conduct and things, and I don't know how to tackle that.
Well, what are the war crimes other than
That's the hard part.
outsiders?
What are the war crimes?
Well, then we need to figure those out.
The order has people for that.
But
Yeah,
no,
but just saying
that can't be the answer. Because
No.
if you guys are the only power, then you have all the say. If the war crimes are decided by the order, and the order now says,
Oh,
being a
no,
grand
no, no, no.
paladin is a war crime, like we need to have this.
I
more
think
thought
he
out.
was more saying the order has people to enforce those.
And find people who have broken them.
Right.
Yes.
Not necessarily. They have decided what is okay and not okay, and everyone else has to follow it.
I mean,
How
they
do
have
we-
a few tenets that they like expect people to follow, but that's for everyone's safety.
But
Well,
what
then
are they?
we should
So
probably
should we say-
lay out what those are.
Mainly what I said with the extra planar shit.
So it's just
they have
no
and
consorting
penance.
with demons, and that's it.
No,
Can you
there's
starve your
other-
people? Is that okay?
No.
Also, no. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Like, so, a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff is gonna seem very, very obvious to us, but that's
Okay,
only because
can
we've
I-
lived with it all our lives.
Can I throw
Yes.
diseased cows at my enemies to kill them?
No.
There you go. There's another one.
Right.
Another one
No overtaxation, obviously.
without
Basic,
representation?
pick out ideals of tyrannical rule and war, and those are the things.
Yeah, but that's what you guys need to do, because
Right,
I'm not picking
and
them
that-
out.
but
You
I'm-
guys are picking that out.
I know. That's what I just. That's why I'm saying that to the rest of everybody.
Yeah.
hey guys, maybe we should look at some of the fucking, shit that we have in our own society.
Yeah,
But
no.
I fucking hate our own society, and I'm just gonna say, what if
What
we're
do you
not
hate
fair?
about it? What do you want to ban?
Overall, our
Like, our
society is
entire
good. Just ban
governmental
the shit that's
system.
bad.
No democracy. Got it.
That is a very bad idea, Jerry.
But it's not.
Just
It's
saying.
not. It's
Alright, I'm gonna go eat
not a
because the food is
democracy
done.
anymore. Is the problem? We haven't been able to vote. Like, democracy has been gone for so long. It's not up to the general actual nation anymore. It's up to the bigwigs. It's just them. Sure, a democracy where everyone matters works, but when it's up to just say 8 people in a circle where one guy has 2 of the or 7 people and one guy has 2 votes, that's not the best idea. But that's the one I picked for this fantasy nation.
Yeah. And it's like one of the
But also
biggest.
because of that, I have to look at the guy who sees 7 dudes sitting in a circle with an 8th dude having 2 votes. He sees that as a good system, no flaws, unless someone brings up a flaw.
Mhm.
So I have to look from that perspective.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna label your capitals just with your guys' colors.
Okay. Still making the new map.
I got one for the list, just to really, because I'm just thinking really general here, since
Yeah.
it's got to be simple. Just no monopolization of power. No giant standing armies.
No
Okay,
giant
yeah.
standing armies.
What
no
about-
opposition of,
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about the country that is not?
A giant standing army.
What about the
Okay.
people that are not a country with an army? They are an army with a country.
I don't. Yeah,
So my
See, okay,
my thought with that
it's
was
really hard
no
to draw
standing
parallels
armies
here.
because they're supposed to deal with it. No, it's not hard to draw parallels. That's what Prussia was.
Oh, that's
What's
true.
Prussia?
Prussia-
was
Yeah,
a
you're
weird
right.
German
Was one of the original nations that eventually coalesced into Germany. It was literally it has been said many times. It was not basically
It
just
was
what
a
I said.
mercenary. It was a mercenary.
No, it wasn't a mercenary thing. They were like, all right, we're gonna conquer shit. So instead of being a country with an army, they were an army with a country
With a country,
because
yeah.
they needed some sort of logistics thing.
I mean, that's kind of what Vikings were, because they didn't have any resources, so they're like, mine now.
I mean, sort of, but it was more a country where
legitly
everyone can
don't-
be in the army.
I don't know what to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't do politics exactly for this reason.
Oh, I fucking hate politics, but at the same time, I want this done right, so I'm trying to think
I
really
know.
hard. Meanwhile, the one of us that actually would know about this kind of shit, he's like, no, you guys have to pick. Because he's
I'm-
like, no, when you guys.
I'm here to answer questions, but I'm not going to I'm trying not to make suggestions, but if you guys have specific questions for me to answer, I probably can, or at least I'll try to. But I'm not just gonna volunteer things.
For my standing army thing, maybe you can actually brush it down to numbers or something like that.
Yeah. I think for
Because-
that it could be nobody but them can be a standing army because you don't need an army to defend your borders, and if something bigger happens, we have them.
Right, and if need be, we can handle it.
Yeah, armies aren't needed, militias should be fine.
Right.
Mhm. There's local things, but nothing needs to be government based besides the guys over there.
Yeah. Hey Jerry,
Besides,
quick
if-
question. Where is your capital here or here? Is it in the bay or on the peninsula?
I didn't remember it being,
I know it's somewhere by this river.
and I think it's up
Actually,
here,
no.
'cause
It
I
might be
don't-
by this river. Wait, I'm gonna check the other map. Give me a second. Because I know it's it's where your center of power is. Okay, yeah, it's down here.
Oh.
Or it's somewhere here in this green area.
I don't know.
That's okay.
Oh, it's probably around this green area more.
Okay.
What's up?
Well, I was just thinking on the bay because almost. Okay. It's most large cities are, or most of the largest cities are right on trade routes basically, and water
Mhm.
is the easiest
Yeah.
widely
'cause that's-
accessible trade route area.
That's
Luzulian is
basically why
unique.
they're there.
Yeah, Luzulian is unique because it was a bunch of people hiding in a cave that when all the dragons were gone, they came out of the cave.
Mhm.
but that's why there's a city there, and that's about it.
Whenever you say that, it just reminds me of the remake of
I'm back.
well, not the remake, but like the Hobbit movies, where there's like a little village right under the Dragon Gate.
Yeah. I mean, I've used a lot of art from that because like it's the best art that I can find.
Mhm.
You know
Like-
what the best part about that is? When
Hmm.
you use it, I get to go, oh man, that looks cool, and not go, oh man, that's from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I know. That's one downside for everyone else though, because I usually try and use stuff that people aren't familiar with, so they're not just immediately like, "Oh, that's from this. I see what you did," because then it's not as exciting.
You mean like when you were like, which of these Witch Queen tokens should I use? And Rocky went, ooh, that one, I like that one. And Jason and I
Yeah.
went, don't use that one. That's just the Planeswalker.
Yeah.
That is just seductive necromancer.
Yup. All right. I'm gonna draw an arrow towards where Luke's place is because it's not on this map, but
Well, I assume gray circle is New Light.
I don't know why I'm having such a hard time braining this.
Because you don't usually think about world politics.
Yeah.
Especially when you're trying to, casually chill.
Right.
guys, isn't D&D just kind of like fun?
Jesse, why are you like this?
Man,
You guys can stop at any time. I'm
kind of
very
hate talking to
serious.
the player about D&D, but man, he really likes world politics.
Want to bring?
Yeah.
Do you want to make him Soren? Do you want to bring him into this?
You mean
I've d-
Melanie?
What? Who?
Huh?
The diplomat I brought.
I'm down.
Yeah,
I'm down if you want to. Like,
I'm absolutely asking him, hey, do you want to be the diplomat of my country for this world politics conversation we're having? Because
Please.
fuck, man, I don't do politics well.
Help!
Oh, I will say, he may know a lot about politics, but he's a fucker, and I'm almost afraid of doing this, because it could fuck us harder than it could help us.
that's okay.
What do you mean by a fucker? What does that constitute?
He has controversial
lot of
opinions, I believe.
More of he knows all the controversial opinions, and will sometimes just say them to annoy me.
Oh, I do that.
It's hard to tell what opinions he holds sometimes.
What
I
do you
do that.
Like what kind of controversial opinion?
I don't know, pick a controversy, and I'll think what he thought about it.
Just pick a controversy.
Yeah, sure, why not? My memory's shitty. I can't just think, oh, that controversy, yes.
I mean, fine. How about one of the weird glaring ones? Abortion.
Man, I thought you were gonna think bigger scale than that. I think it's
Yeah.
just, I don't know, their choice. They do what they want
Okay.
to do.
Well then,
Yeah.
alright, big controversies? I don't know, brain.
I feel like
Brain's
abortion
not.
is not that controversial.
No, it is, because people are stupid about it.
Some people are,
It-
have religious convictions about it, but I feel like that's about the only reason why people are like, nah, you can't do that.
It became like a
bad.
huge thing though, it's because like,
But I
like,
feel like people don't care about it.
the
Politicians
no,
care about it.
No, people do. People make huge protests about it everywhere.
Hmm.
For no particular reason, and then it got into politics and got bigger and blew itself out really hard.
Huh.
It's not
Alright.
been like super publicized in the media lately because we've had other things to over publicize.
That's fair.
But that's been one of the bigger quote controversies, which it shouldn't be, but you know, it got turned into one.
All right. Does everyone see the big gray arrow in the bottom
Yes.
left? All right.
I will in a moment when I look at it.
I'm referencing a different map of like the full continent, and I think I have it pointed like right towards his place.
I do like
Where
how
is this map?
Roll
it's
20.
the one he set it to in roll 20, but if you never updated, you might still be a DM, and it wouldn't have auto changed for you.
Reload roll 20.
Son of a bitch. No, I'm fine.
All right.
Big. Okay, I see the arrow.
I do like the 3 seats of power, with one of them being like brand new, are way closer than I thought they were.
Well, I mean, like, you put the new one, like, right in between the others.
Yeah, but
Which-
it's more. Think of it more of this way: the purple area was a lot of purple. Like it was that entire like peninsula, really.
Yeah, basically from this river all the way to the sea. Just that
Yeah.
entire peninsula all the way to the left.
Yeah, like I understand that, but you gotta think. I saw that's all place, and like even if that is the capital, you just think that place,
Mhm.
and then you see big red glob, and like that was all bad zone, which was also kind of mostly rocky zone, and then like but because they're nomads, they didn't really have that place.
Mhm.
So then it's just yep, there's the center of red glob, and then there's the darkest purple of the purple glob, and then there's a new circle.
Yeah.
Also, there's that arrow over there of the like 200 dudes that showed up.
How can I change how much of this?
Oh
is being
man,
shown?
I know a great thing that we should probably try and figure out for the world that's never really directly talked about in fantasy, even though it's more notable on fantasy.
Hmm.
How's racism going? Because there's actual races to be racist against. What's the
Good question.
UN's look at races and racism and all that? I assume we're just gonna say equal rights for all, but like it has to be said then.
But also,
Right.
currently, the rulers of 3.5 of these 4 nations are human.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what your protege is, Jason, but the Witch King was Kitsune, and like his family line is Kitsune. Probably a lot of the other upper class of Lazilian was
He'd
also
probably
Kitsune.
be Kitsune then.
Okay. So there's that, but also you're still the ruler, like,
Right.
Yep.
yeah.
I think I mean, even though we're bringing it up, I think it's just simple. Like, goes without saying. Like, yeah, racism bad.
Yeah.
Racism bad.
But also specifics. Because if you're gonna have rules, actually, no, you don't make rules about things that haven't been an issue yet.
Yeah.
Like
Just
no
simply
one,
don't
no
make
one,
it an issue by
Yeah.
making it
like
bad.
no one banned having a bath in a disconnected bathtub on the like lawn of the Iowa Capitol building until someone did it.
You're not like I know that's why those super specific laws that'll never come up are laws, but at the same time, you're like, could have you picked a better analogy?
I could have, but that was the most obscure, random, weird one that I could think of off the top of my head.
Wee.
I think you can't have an alligator handcuffed to a telephone pole in one of the states.
What's an alligator?
Alligator? Like
Alligator.
crocodile, but,
Okay, I
like,
thought you said
slightly different.
alligator. All right, interesting. Probably Florida.
Probably
Actually, no, it's probably like Wisconsin.
I swear that's actually Michigan. Like, I think
Huh.
that one's actually Michigan, but I'm not certain on it.
Yeah.
Do we want to make any regulations on alcohol? Do we want a prohibition / make any more minor ones than no?
I don't know if there's really gonna be any psychedelics or like actual hard drug
There are.
problems to deal with.
Well, I
Well,
don't know if problems, but there are. They do exist. Those are
Right.
things.
But they're not like a
Yeah, but
a
also,
crippling problem.
Do we
to our
know of any
society.
really dangerous
but also
ones?
magic and magical healing exists.
Yeah, then fuck it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like that's one of the things. Also,
Do we
that's the
wanna-
thing. Magic. What do you think about that? Because that's a big thing
Yeah,
that kind of like
I'm
trumps
trying to
most
think
things
about
that we
that
have in
one.
our world.
Considering the power level that we're all at, it's almost hard. I think it'd be hard for these characters to think that magic should be illegal at all, especially considering that we're looking at making teleportation circles within our own capitals.
Right.
But at the same time, we're all powerful enough and have witnessed enough destruction from magic to see the threat in it.
Right.
So magic should be regulated, but not necessarily frowned upon.
Right.
We
like,
could have a
okay.
licensing system in like colleges.
License don't do anything.
Magical licenses.
I'm judging that from the real world, where, dude, you go on the road, how many people actually know how to drive? Just saying. You can say you have a driver's license, but, like, do people on the road actually know how to drive?
It entirely depends.
Oh,
Welcome back, Luke. We're talking about licensing magic.
It's just a form of, like, regulation at that point.
Alright.
Like, it's a form of regulation, but, like...
What would you suggest otherwise? You got anything, buddy?
I mean, licensing is effectively just an advanced step of what I was gonna say, is just everyone should be on a record. Like, everyone with magic needs to be on a record.
See, I'm fine with that.
You need to register as a magic user.
Right. And, like, not...
Why?
Why is that a bad thing?
Big Brother?
Yeah. Maybe you have to register at... Well, actually, maybe that could be like a local thing. It's like, in this city, you have to... Like in this city, you have to register as a magic user if you're going to use your magic.
Maybe like as a profession thing, you have to do that, but innate magic is just everywhere.
Yeah, I think that could be more of a local thing.
Is innate magic everywhere? Because that's another thing. Like, in different fantasy settings have different, like, how relevant is magic? How many people just have access to it?
More people than use it.
What do you mean, more people than use it?
A lot. I haven't decided if it's an everyone thing, but a lot more people are able to use magic than know that they're able to use magic.
So, like, everyone could be a wizard if they tried, or almost everyone, but not everyone tries.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, so, like, higher than... Like, a higher
Basically, put it
percentage.
this way. You can have a registration for magic users, but only for people who have broken rules with magic.
Also, one thing is
what are the rules with magic that can be broken?
One thing I want to say is most people who can use magic aren't able to use it innately like a sorcerer. So most people who are able to use magic would have to learn it from someone, and in that case, that could be an easy way to, like, have a registry of them. It's like the sorcerers that would be more difficult to like be aware of.
Okay, so what kind of magic crime?
And warlocks.
Oh, actually,
you don't...
Yeah. So here's the thing. Maybe you have to register to teach magic.
Well, that's just fair. That's just, like, right.
Well, there you go. There's a regulation.
Like, perhaps a cert and a understanding of ethics.
A psychology test?
Yeah.
I just not get it, because we try to avoid governmental systems and stuff. Why is it a bad idea to have a record of who can and cannot use magic?
It's controversial because having records of people is, like, infringes on privacy.
Yeah.
That's why.
I guess, but if we compare that like the real world, I don't there's anything that a human can do that compares to
why do people dislike companies selling personal information about them?
I just look at it as though that personal information doesn't have the, like, power to level cities. Sure, a level 1 caster can't do that, but, like, it's such a more powerful thing that I feel like it would be more understandable.
Okay, but Jerry, how about this? Say say somebody has, say the Order gets somebody that I'm going to use this as an example because it's probably one that would be most likely, and the Order probably weeds people out from it. That hates extraplanar things so much that they associate magic and they conflate the two to the point where they see magic itself as evil and somehow get access to this list of people with magic and just goes around killing them.
That could be an interesting plot line. That's how I see it.
Witch hunter, but not.
Yeah, I do see how that can be a problem.
That is why people like personal privacy and don't want to be on a list, in case somebody who shouldn't have access to the list gets access to the list.
Yeah. They don't want to be on a list because of the potential for someone to misuse the list.
Exactly.
Okay. That makes more sense then.
So
wouldn't that be similar to like the if almost everyone learns magic and doesn't just know magic, wouldn't it be similar of like, well, they've been seen going to that magic place a lot, just hunt them down that way then?
Yes, but that's not a direct route to somebody with a list of massive amounts of people who have it.
Okay.
That's you had the opportunity, you saw somebody who could be a target, you found your target, then you went after them. And that way there's also a source that you can find somebody with. Oh, people always went to this magic shop and they're being targeted by the same person? People who are learning are being targeted? Oh, we can hunt that person down based off of this information.
That's
Whereas
fair.
if it's just somebody that's striking at random against all people with magic, there's no way to find that. And once you do find it, it's like, oh, how the hell did somebody in power get that corrupt? And then people will want it removed. So it's better to just have it removed from the fucking get-go.
Fair.
I think as far as your high-level restrictions, I think it would be plenty to just have a registry of require people to be registered to teach magic. And then it could be more on a local level for other things. Because I think some places or some
could have
people would
a registry of super high level mages.
Yeah. And I think that
and
I think some places might just hate the idea of people knowing magic without being trained. They would distrust that. So in that place, maybe everyone who knows magic has to be registered, and also you have to be able to say who trained you, and if you can't, then you're a sorcerer and get out.
It's the same reason why people prefer somebody who went to college and got certs over somebody who just randomly taught themselves. Because in programming, we're taught ethics all the fucking time, because you could do some nasty shit with the ability to program.
That's a good parallel.
I was just about to draw the parallel of, but often people who self-teach themselves how to do a hobby are actually better at it.
Yes.
Because they found out their own ways to do things, albeit sometimes, on Luke's thing, sometimes those own ways aren't exactly the best ways.
Yes, I think you were both right.
Prodigies. Sure. Prodigies exist. And generally, if a prodigy goes and gets a formal education, they'll still create their own ways of learning. It's just they'll now have the ethics that come behind it.
Yeah. So do you guys want to figure out more details as far as how you're going to treat and restrict magic in your sphere of influence, or are you going to leave that to more of a local, whether that be nation, city, whatever level?
Personally,
I will say this: the Order would be 100% for a formal magic university, so that they know people who are mages that are taught there have a less chance of being ones that they
Winterfell.
have to watch.
Where should this like college of mages be? Because personally, I don't think the order is a good place for it.
No, it is not.
It's not exactly accessible.
Some of the orders, people would definitely be teachers at said college. But-
Also, on that, hey Jesse, do clerics and paladins like get their powers from gods, or is that different in this world? Because like
I
gods in this
I
world
have
are
not
kind
figured it out exactly because I have not had the need to, because we have not had a cleric nor paladin in any game in this world.
Okay.
All right, but like, hear me
I'll
out.
say this way.
I think you can get a pretty small like guesstimation on that, right?
Like, ask me a
Like-
specific question because I'm not really sure what you're asking.
All right, so we're trying to figure out like a magic college.
Mhm.
Now, some different ways of doing magic you learn, and some don't. Say you're a wizard or a magus or any of the types of casters that just they straight up learn how to do their magic. They obviously would have to go to a college.
Right. And
Druids,
in that case,
they kind
they're
of get it from nature. Or paladins and clerics, they pray to get it. Warlocks, they say, "Yo, Cthulhu." I'm just saying. And then,
almost
like,
all of those, I'm gonna say you could do it on your own, but it is unlikely. Like warlocks, like anyone basically could be a warlock, but most people aren't because they're like, I didn't know that was an option. Same with wizards, like, and also you could technically learn it yourself as a wizard, but it's gonna be really hard. Like, I think wizards is probably the closest parallel to programming, as Luke was saying. Like,
Yeah.
very few people would be able to teach themselves magic. But almost anyone could like go and learn magic. And I think it's also very similar with paladins and clerics, whereas yes, they get their power from the god, but if they don't think like, oh, I can do that, they're not going to try and do that.
all right.
So like, I
and
think
then-
almost in all cases, except sorcerers, probably, and unless there's something else not coming to mind, I think that's basically about it.
It's Pathfinder specific, but Oracle.
Remind me what Oracle
In which
is again.
case,
The gods curse them. The god says, "Fuck
Okay.
you," and then they get super magic, but they also have a curse.
those are
Right.
probably super fucking rare in this
Yes,
world.
exactly. Like, I think except in those very specific cases, basically anyone could technically try and learn any kind of magic, but most people wouldn't
kineticist.
think to do so.
Kineticist as well. That's not taught. Typically, kineticist happens from traumatic experience that kind of awakens your ability to effectively bend.
And that's just raw magic. From
Yeah.
the sounds of it.
Oh yeah, no, kineticist is actually the most raw magic, because it's not like I'm doing the magic, it's like just raw one element going, ah!
Yeah.
Well, see, the cool thing about that is the order has knowledge on these things. They'll be able to teach people who need teaching.
Yeah, and I think it would be likely that
I'm just still looking through the Pathfinder
that
classes.
you guys or someone would like seek out or at least keep an eye out for anyone who just manifests powers and like try and put them on the right path before like something bad happens and they hurt themselves or someone else.
Alright. Another...
And of course, it still
Go ahead.
is their choice if they want to go and learn their powers, because, you know, free will. We don't want to infringe on that.
Well, I think that kind of depends. Because, like, if, like, so this might be an extreme
Is-
example, but, like, if someone is, like, the restriction for getting someone into an asylum is if they are a danger to themselves or others, like, paraphrased.
Yes, if they are a danger to themselves or others, it will be done. But if they are capable of managing on their own, as long
Yeah.
as they do not need the help,
I think
So
they,
it's more of a
they aren't
sanity
being
thing
forced.
than
Free
a...
will is still a thing, but there are
Yeah.
circumstances in which, for the sake of everyone, the decision will have to be made.
So that's more of a sanity thing than anything else there.
Well, and a control of your powers thing. Like, if you just can't control them, then that's an issue. Like, if you just randomly, like, shoot out a fireball when you get upset, that might be a problem.
Yeah. Which would more... I feel like that will more often come with age than anything else, of like the, oh shit, you're 5 and spitting fireballs, to the academy!
Right. Yeah, my thinking is, like, basically, like, if you find someone who just manifested powers, you take them in until you know that they'll be fine on their own, and then you, like, say, hey, you can stay and we can teach you more, or you can leave. It's your choice.
Yeah, because they're people who manifest like that are rare.
Yeah.
And usually probably more gifted than your average student. So that would essentially just be a scholarship.
Yeah, pretty much. That's my thought.
So yeah, there's a way to do this right for formal training for magic users without having to make it seem like a tyrannical, tight-fisted.
Yeah.
You are going to do this because we say magic is bad. There's a way. Basically, you embrace it instead of push it away.
Yeah.
I don't think the goal is to say magic is bad, or at least if that's how it was coming across for me, that's not how it was meant to.
No, I agree. I didn't think of it as that.
I was
Basically,
more
it's the
seeing
same
as
thing
magic
as-
is dangerous, not bad, and we need to be careful.
So, I'm gonna bring it to a real-world example here because this is how we can ground it.
Yeah.
It's
If
the
you're gonna
same
use
thing.
guns, I bet he's gonna use guns.
I am.
I was
because
thinking
it's a
guns.
great example. Guns
Don't
like
kill
magic
people. People do.
aren't evil.
Guns are
Exactly.
useful. Guns are dangerous.
They're a tool. It's just people are stupid without correct training.
Right, which is why we have a list of people that can fire guns, because they had to go through classes.
No, we have a list of people who are allowed to fire guns. So if someone fires a gun and doesn't have that and isn't on the list, then it's like, oh crap, you're not
Then
on the
what are you
list.
doing?
That's bad.
We don't have a gun
Well, the biggest
registry.
problem is that guns are a useful tool, yes, and not inherently evil.
Right.
But
also guns are
their
much
initial
more.
and entire design is to be destructive.
Yes,
and
that's
they can
yeah.
cause big problems.
Whereas
That
magic is
why
much
big
more
danger.
much more broadly useful.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
true,
that
yeah.
actually segues into my next topic, of, with magic, do we maybe instead of in general want to regulate or anything like that specific types of magic? Like, is necromancy bad? Since we're not really
It
that big of,
depends.
since we're not really that big of a fan of extraplanar stuff, is summoning not probably the best idea? Like, what is the magic that we have to look at and go, what if we don't?
Permanent summoning, attempting to get something to this plane untethered is
So,
bad.
gate. So the 9th level spell gate.
I think something
Or
you
a
could do
ritual
is rather than
that-
banning
of the same level.
I think
kind of
rather than banning certain things outright, like certain things are only allowed in specific, highly regulated environments. Like you're only allowed to summon a thing in the school, in the summoning room, for the purpose of teaching students how to summon a thing, so they don't do it accidentally.
Yeah.
Alright, but then what level of summoning there? Is that the, like, untethered summoning? Because let's say one of my favorite classes, Summoner. Eidolon's tethered, but, like, Eidolons are incredibly dangerous.
Yes, but it's not bringing through another entity that has its own free will, that is, with its own agenda, messing with the planes, or with the material plane.
I think the Eidolon is about as close as you can get to them actually just being untethered. Because you do have control over your Eidolons, but they are also, like, they're also, like, free-minded.
But they're also
Sure, you
tied to the caster. Like if the caster
Right.
dies, the Eidolon's gone. So that's an easy off switch. Like if it needs to be
Yes.
pressed.
I'm just saying, like, is there types of magic like that that need to be, if you see it, it's immediately a problem? Like, are we gonna go absolutely no undead period? Maybe not actually, because
No, not
As-
necessarily.
I think
I was
that could
gonna
be a
say-
cultural thing, because like desecration of the dead.
Yes,
What's
true.
up?
That also is a cultural
Oh, it's
thing.
just some
But I'd say, as far as an alliance-wide ban on it, no.
I kind of like
because
that.
necromancy
partially because,
necromancy
Man,
does have
necromancy
its own place, and I actually learned this from a series of like books that I read called The
Mhm.
Wandering Inn.
Yeah. Well,
I
so
learned it
Necromancy in that world is seen as completely bad.
when we're talking about necromancy, are we specifically talking about raising the dead or necromancy in general in terms of like manipulating life energy? Because to an extent, that's what Excalibur did.
I am talking about specifically raising the dead, because there
Right.
should be no problem with manipulating life energy.
Then is resurrecting people bad?
I'd go with no, because that's different. Resurrecting people, like, raising the dead is raising, like, forcibly sucking their soul into just, or isn't it either, there's two different, like,
It
forms of
heavily
either,
depends on the spell,
Hey Jerry, you want to know what the lowest
on the
level
method.
resurrection spell is called?
sure,
Raise dead.
cool. Back to what I was saying, there's a difference between raising a zombie and resurrecting someone.
Yes.
Creating the undead is what you're looking for.
Right, that's the type of, like, raising dead I'm talking about.
I
Because
say creating the undead. Yeah, the
Do-
order would be against that.
Why?
They have a
I-
sect for it.
But
That
why
is
do they
one of
have
their.
that sect? Because I genuinely want a reason. Because having the undead like that is not, at least to the mortals of this world right
Because
now.
it disturbs spirits which are the object of another plane.
Aren't they not objects to another plane in this world? They go, like, directly to the god as fuel.
Depends on the spell. Like
Mhm.
a lot of the undead stuff is highly subjective depending on how you raise it. Because like if you're just raising a zombie or skeleton, that's probably just like it's basically a robot powered by negative energy. There's
So
no
you're
soul
thinking,
in there.
say, a white?
Yeah. Then you're like dragging back the soul or at least part of it and then like animating it. Or my thinking is you're basically like dragging back a piece of the original soul and then filling in the blanks with negative energy.
Because I'm thinking, do we want to outlaw the possibility of something like Geb existing, like Pathfinder Geb? Do you know what I'm talking about, Jesse?
Yes. I do.
Geb?
So Geb is that there was a big ass war between two rival cities, Nex and Geb, in Arc Lizard versus an Arc Lich. They ended up making like a fucking manaless wasteland in between the two of them. But how they ended up fighting was just raw magic power versus hordes of undead. After the whole war settled down, it kind of ended in a stalemate. Nex was, just a highly magical city, where Geb was a desolated city of
So
corpses, mostly. So he resurrected all of those people as undead, like a lot of them are whites or that kind of thing, but they have and a lot of them are also just zombie skeletons, that kind of
Okay.
thing.
let me give you my take on this real quick. I'm bringing it back to that story that I wasn't finished telling.
Alright.
The people in that world hate necromancy because there is an ancient necromancer named Azkarash, who is also known as the Necromancer, who is known for completely ravaging an entire continent by creating an undead army and creating hideous, monstrous constructs that are made for sieging cities. That is the bad kind of necromancy. Then there's the good kind of necromancy, which is one of the main characters, Pisces. He's cool. He's a little bit weird, but he's
I'm a
cool.
Pisces.
And he studies necromancy because he likes the ability to manipulate the body. He studies skeletons. He uses some of them as weapons, and those are completely disconnected from souls. They're just tools. They're objects that he forms into a weapon that he uses to fight. And he's also extremely good at manipulating the skeletal structure. Like somebody had their fucking arm almost melted off, and he created a bone like structure in her arm to be her new arm.
Alright.
So necromancy in its own right is not evil. Using it wrong is. It's back to the same thing of it can be a tool or it can be something to kill.
Right, but you gotta define what wrong is somehow.
Right, at what point does it become wrong? Because say a magical farmer is like, man, I could hire a bunch of dudes to plow my field, or I could make like 3 zombies and a skeleton, and then they can just be my field workers.
That's a
Is
cultural
that
thing.
bad?
It's automation.
Right, it's
That's a
automation.
cultural thing.
So we'd be fine with that as a like, United Nation. We're like, if you're using, I guess, corpses for war, it's bad. But if you're using it for automation, it's fine.
If you're using it for automation in a way that is not harming somebody and is under complete control, yeah, you're good.
So where
So-
do you draw the line?
Right, because what if literally the next day that guy he totally has control of like his zombies and
Well,
skeletons
I
plowing
have
his
an
field.
idea.
Okay.
You know how like you can donate your body to science when you die?
Yeah.
What if people just decide to donate their bodies to automata instead? So like it's
And
totally
people,
like
yeah,
legal.
that'd be a good way. Essentially, that'd be what is it, like life insurance? You
Like,
die, your family gets a huge chunk of money. But
oh
instead
yeah,
of this
maybe they get
case,
paid for the work you do it
Or
when
you
you're dead.
die, your family gets a new servant.
Yeah.
no,
It'd
not
be
your
sort of
family.
like they get
the
paid
body,
for your wages.
the
But,
body is
like, it
essentially
could be your
sold to
family,
somebody who
technically.
uses it. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So most cultures wouldn't be for that because they see it as desecration of the body. But some might, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's fine." But as far as a grand alliance overarching thing, we don't want to lock down on it too hard.
So what about the types of raising undead that aren't just automated corpses that actually affect the soul of the original creature or another?
Anything that affects the soul is banned immediately. Simply because that is affecting an extraplanar situation in which somebody has already passed on and they are no longer here.
Okay, so it's more. So it's
The
an
the
issue
bodies
with
themselves are fair
hurting.
game, the souls aren't.
Right, so it's an issue with affecting something that doesn't have a say.
It is an issue of autonomy.
Right.
It's an issue of consent.
Right, exactly. That's
Pretty
the
much,
word I was
yes.
looking for.
That's what everything essentially boils down to here. So, does it infringe on somebody else's freedoms? If it does, generally not okay, and that goes for pretty much everything.
Hey, got a question. What if someone in the Alliance's sphere of influence says that they're free to do that?
What do you mean?
If your main
Do one
rule
of
is
us
don't
have Trump
infringe,
cards?
if your main rule is you can't infringe on people's freedoms, then how are you creating any rules with any expectation of being able to enforce them?
He boomed, yeah.
Well, I get you, but how does society work?
It doesn't.
Society works by people
You do
doing the
a
same thing.
contract and a committee. You have several different kinds of things for each thing. It's how we do. Because if you don't, people just start making their fucking own rules regardless. So we
So-
have separate committees for each kind of thing that are all ruled under one bigger committee. Delegation of power. I'm gonna be
Paperwork.
real. This shit ain't my cup of tea, and I do not want to be doing it for the next several hours.
If I'm okay with you dipping out. Like, I have no issue with it. If you want, I can like stay in as the representative of Lazilion as
I'm into it.
your dude.
I'm
not-
very
not-
tired.
Okay, yeah, not as Xerxes,
So,
but
here's the
as
thing.
the other guy.
I don't want to talk about
Yeah.
this the entire time. What I'm trying to get at here, though, is basically how society as a whole works.
But also, like, yes, society as a whole works
Oof.
based on people following a social contract, but there are people who don't follow the social contract. And if your main rule is don't impinge on anyone's freedoms, what about the people that aren't following your rules? What if they want, like, what if someone wants to follow other rules?
As
and
long
go
as it
somewhere
doesn't.
else.
That
So
that's-
so basically, like, if you want to
Within
live
these
within our
lands,
sphere of
people
influence,
agree to this
right?
this set of rules
Yeah.
because they believe that it makes them safer as a whole.
Well, some people
And
wouldn't have the
by-
option of going somewhere else.
Well,
If you
Listen.
don't like the president, then just move. But I
Uh,
don't have the
like,
money to move.
I'm basically playing devil's advocate here. I think yes, it does work for if you live here, it is assumed that you follow these rules or face the consequences. But you do have to
Yes,
consider
unfortunately-
that some people won't be able to just leave.
And that's unfortunate, but it's life.
But does it have to be life here? This is making this is making the entire rule structure from the ground up. It doesn't have to be life here. We do have that option.
There are no
I had
perfect
an
solutions.
idea.
We are trying to go off of ones that have been proven throughout time.
I just had an idea that definitely hasn't been proven throughout time. You guys have a
good.
teleporter
Mixed in-
network.
okay.
If someone wants to go somewhere else, just send them north. Make an Australia way up north.
I mean, honestly, yeah,
You could do that.
it's not a bad thing. Send people north to live where they want. It's
But the North
it's
is
available. It's
considered.
their option.
But as he said, the North is also very inhospitable. So that would be kind of a death sentence.
So is Australia.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, some would
Okay,
debate
hold on.
Australia's still a death sentence.
Yeah.
Have
Here's
you
the thing.
seen the nature
Here's
there?
the thing.
Yet,
So these people want to have some sort of they want to have their own rules, right?
Mhm.
Well, if we're imposing rules that are literally just for the general benefit of society, that are to make people happy, that are to not infringe on somebody else's happiness, much like what we have currently, which isn't working because of the abuse in the upper structures, then yes, we send them somewhere else if their whole idea is, well, I want to do this and it hurts somebody else, but that's just what I want to do. That,
So
yes.
you send. So rather than like.
Siberia.
So the punishment. So yeah, actually that could be. It could
You
literally
want
be
to have
Australia.
a council and a trial, or we can just send them somewhere else.
Just
They
send,
can go
send
make a
them to the
life in
wall.
another place.
Send them to the wall.
I will say,
Right.
if this is going to be our unironic, like, our option of, if you don't like it, leave, then it needs to be, like, kind of easily accessible to get there. Now, the problem with that is,
But then it's also
Current-
easily accessible to get back.
not
not if it's
necessarily.
controlled.
Well, also,
Okay.
I remember
I'm
that
gonna take
portal being
myself a
easy
nap.
to shut off.
Okay.
Jesse, you are my representative.
Very well.
Before you take that nap, are there
Yeah.
any certain things that you would like footnotes on, or that you would like to at least bring up that we should look at while you're gone?
Yeah. Like, is there anything else that you
haven't-
want to address before you go?
I had some thoughts earlier, but it got drowned out in everything else, and so they're gone.
Okay.
I don't know what it is anymore.
Well, feel free to put it in chat, in the Discord chat, preferably whenever you think of things.
Yes, I will. Alright. Good night, friend.
Good
At
night.
least for an hour or so.
Have a nice nap.
So now that he's gone, what are you guys doing?
I think we're more or less decided on the topic of magic, right?
Yes.
So what topic should we hit next? Because that was all just stemming off the topic
I don't
of
want
magic.
to talk about this for the rest of the night.
That's okay.
I'm
We can
tired.
stop whenever you guys want to.
Hey, I don't want to debate anymore.
So, here's where I'm at.
Do you
I'll
want to be
say
done,
that-
Rocky? Because you're free
I
to go
think-
whenever.
Really?
think-
Cool.
Yeah.
That we can model
Just
Okay.
this,
just like let us
based
know
off
before you
of-
do. Don't just say bye. I'm leaving.
Okay.
and I know
Please.
you guys will have a different opinion on this, based off of, to a large degree, the U.S.
Okay.
Okay.
But with different give and takes, given that this world is not the same as Earth.
Yes.
Well, the first thing there is the U.S. every 4 years picks a new leader, and every 2 years picks new sub-leaders. If we're to keep this also similar to the UN, where it's a bunch of different nations having leaders, how are we deciding leaders then? Because
Okay.
is it just going to be
I'm
each
meaning
nation continues
by
doing it as they
law
do?
and like spirit of it, not necessarily structure.
I mean, the law of it is do it or go
What
to
I'm
jail.
looking for here is look at how a few of our nations are already set up. What's the trend?
A small council of ruling people that decides
No,
what
what's
happens
the
first.
cultural trend?
I'm not even sure what you're getting at.
Eastern Mediterranean.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're getting at.
People are chosen based off of their fit. It's a meritocracy. Whoever
What?
is best for the job is the
Oh.
one who has the job.
Right. I agree. I don't know where you're going with this though.
I don't see how that's anything like America.
We go through
No,
a
okay.
gladiator system.
Oh my god. Not structure. I already said that.
Okay.
Structure
getting
can be
confused.
different, but the
What-
spirit of it.
Yeah, but what's the
And
point that you're
Okay.
trying to make? Because I don't know.
That one's rare. Jesse usually gets what people are trying to say.
Yeah.
Give me a second to rephrase it.
Okay.
Good idea.
We can keep our structures being the way they are as far as our nations, being that the best person for the job is the one who has it. But as far as rights for each person, we look at the rights that we are afforded in the US and try to model them off that and change them to the differences in the worlds.
So the more money you have, the more rights you have.
No, the money.
Okay,
The more money you
not-
have, the less rights you have to abide by.
You're not wrong.
Spirit, people.
I'm sorry.
Holy
Maybe my
shit.
spirit's broken. 'Cause I'm just saying it how I see it, man.
From what?
Like we are a capitalist nation all the way through. The more money you have, the better. The more you
Due
can do.
to
Period.
corruption.
Yeah, but like
That is a malformation of the system. You
I've
cannot
never
plan
seen
something to
it
be
not
perfect
corrupt.
forever.
I understand that, but I've never seen it work non-corrupt. I've never been able to look at it and go,
'Cause
"That's how it
human
was
nature.
supposed to be."
So what like
Like I don't see the spirit you're saying because I guess
no,
just
I
don't
think
see
I
the
think I get what you're
non-corrupt.
saying, but so, to like what are you going to do to make it not be corrupted?
If I had an answer for that, I'd give it. If I
Yeah.
had an answer for that, I'd use it right now in the world we're in.
Well, you don't have enough power to do that, but I get what you're saying.
True.
Yeah,
The-
you can't
the
just go
point
on
is,
Twitter and be
we
like,
can't-
"Guys, I solved."
Yeah.
Capitalism.
And also, no, I would never go on Twitter because that place is a shithole.
But that's where you'll
Um,
get people to yell at you, and you'll get a lot of attention.
Yeah.
You want to get
Fair
capital on
enough,
Twitter?
but I also
Let's
don't want
go.
that attention. I just want to be a programmer.
Dude, make a game that says, "Guys, I solved,"
Make the best game and have
and
the
then it'll
moral
be on
be
Twitter.
but you
whatever
guys
you
get what
thought
I'm
of.
saying here.
I think so. But
Yeah.
The initial ideals of our country and trying to base this country off of our country were good. It's just it's been
so do you want to write a
perverted in the wrong
constitution?
way. We could. A bill of
Uh,
rights would go a long way for making sure everybody has their
Yeah.
own
Because I think if you
Uh,
guys could establish,
guaranteed rights.
I think if you guys could establish like these are the basics, and then like everything, all the more
You have the right to bear spells.
right, and then like all the specifics are like refer back to that. It's like how does it fit in with our general rules? That could work. I mean that's what most laws and like
I mean, honestly, the
law
right to
systems
bear
are.
arms kind of works for spells too, because it's
Yeah.
just a different means of arms.
I know, I was quite literally making the joke of we related spells to guns earlier. It was literally just a joke, my dude.
No, I think he's right though.
I mean, yeah, it does equate, but that's why we equated it earlier, and that's why it could have been equated again.
So I think
Also, you have the right to bear arms would fit with swords, and monk fist, and
Yeah.
bow. And also, when some artificer rolls around and says, look guys, I made a yup, and then they have the right to bear that arm too.
well, I think then it would be a constitutional crisis. Because, like, the founders didn't write this down, what do we do?
It's an arm.
Hey, it's almost like we're getting into
Amendment.
that right now.
Exactly, I know.
Wait, what law are we trying to fuck
Internet.
with now? Oh, the
Uh,
internet.
Not just
founders
the
didn't
internet,
write
but
this
people
down.
trying to get rid of guns and, you know,
Well, no,
people
they wrote that down.
misinterpreting it.
Yeah, no, they wrote down the right to bear arms. That's like, what, number 2?
Yeah,
Yeah.
misinterpreting is different than this didn't exist and they had no idea of, like, to
So,
say
yeah.
anything about it.
One thing that we can do for sure differently is make sure that when we do stuff like the right to bear arms, that we are very fucking specific.
Well, if you want to do that, like,
I was gonna say, don't
like,
you actually want it to be vague?
unironically, if you guys want, and I'm mostly talking to Luke because I think you would be the best one to make the specifics on this. If you want to write a constitution or Bill of Rights or 10 Commandments or something like that, then by all
I might
means,
get to it
unironically,
eventually.
go for it.
If I will say, if you do this, you have to do it like you have to make an IRL copy so we can also sign it in character.
Hell yeah. Well, actually, maybe. I have a drawing tablet, so we could do it that way as well.
Either way, if we make a fucking constitution, if we don't have a way to sign it and put our own stupid fucking signatures on it,
Yeah.
it is a absolute atrocity, and I will look back on this day in shame.
I agree. I think that would be a good thing to do at some point. I don't think it is a necessity before it can be made. Like, it
I'm
can be
gonna
made
tap
and
out.
then, like, months later when we can finally meet in person, then maybe, like, print off a copy and sign it. But
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to remake my goddamn syrups because it's gonna take us so long to meet in person.
yeah. All right, you're heading out, Rocky?
Yeah, my parents are home, so I'm gonna see if they brought home food.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to address before you go?
I don't
Slash
think so.
be addressed.
All right.
Alright,
See
guys.
ya. So, look, what do you think about that? And, like, Jerry, I also think that like, obviously, I think everyone would and should be in, like, part of it, but I think
Yeah.
Luke would be the best one to actually, like, write it up.
Uh-huh. You or Luke, yeah.
Not me. Like, I agree, me or Luke, but it's not gonna be me because I'm not one of them.
Yeah, but if I think people in our group that would be best to write up in a semi-official document, you or Luke.
Yeah.
I'm probably the worst person to do it, but I
The
think I
rules
also have
lawyers are also the best lawyers.
I mean, hey, I am the rules lawyer to some degree. It's just I can barely write English on a good day. So, like, should I really be the one making the
I
official
think it's
looking
more
document?
along the lines of Jesse, you've looked into things and I've been educated on things.
Mhm.
So
But I think it's also, like, you have a good
Alright,
understanding of
alright.
rules, particularly
Hold
because
up,
of your
that
experience.
that
Jerry,
insinuated that
I
have
am
never...
speaking, thank you.
Yeah, but that was like an
Jerry,
insult.
you can address it after I have done speaking. Do not
it
interrupt me,
wasn't
please.
meant as an insult.
Luke, my thinking for you being the best one is you also have a good idea of how to specify things because of your coding experience.
Yeah, that's true. Logic gates.
Yeah. Jerry, please go ahead and yell at him.
That insinuated that I have neither looked into or been taught how to, like, talk, basically.
Have
Like,
you?
Yes, I have. But
Okay,
you see why that's, like...
To be fair to Luke, most people don't look into that. Most people just kind of, like, pick it up as they go and never actually think about what they're doing.
like I do think about what I'm doing. It's just I don't like when I'm doing something rather casually or like off the fly. I don't really think about what I'm doing as much, but I like have looked into that kind of thing because I've needed to before. I was the leader of like my scout troop for a while, and I had to like be a good example to kids. So I needed to know how to speak properly and how to like actually, be smart about things.
Well, I get that. And the thing is,
But the problem was you insinuated that I didn't.
But
Okay.
also, a lot of people who are
But
good
I'm
at things
also-
are kind of like automatically good at them, so they never consider how they do it. They just do it. It's like a lot of people who are good at public speaking are just kind of good at it, and they're
yeah, true.
and they don't know how, and they don't know how to tell other people how to do
Just
it.
comes naturally to them.
Right. So most people who are like, all I'm saying is most people who are good at things don't know how or why they are good at things.
Okay. Let me
I
just
get
put it
that.
this way, Jerry. If it will ease the potential
Tension.
tension. Yes, thank you. Jesse and I, you remember and I hate to go here, but it's a good way to say it.
Oh no.
Remember those personality quizzes that we took just for shiggles in Latre's class?
No, actually, I don't.
Neither
Okay.
do I. Unless
So
it was the
Jesse
whole
and I,
INTP thing.
it is.
Okay. Yep.
Jesse and I both came out as INTP.
Oh,
That
is this the
means
Myers-Briggs thing?
yes, it is.
I don't know what mine is.
I'll look it up.
We
Why
are
do you just know
more-
what mine is?
We are
Wait,
more
wait,
prone
wait,
to
no,
Because
actually,
when
wait,
we did
what?
different things
because when
and
we did it in
applying-
class, I wrote down everyone's in my notebook.
Ah.
That's why.
We are more prone to looking things up, thinking on them for a very long time, and applying logic that is
We're much
and I
more
don't mean to
deliberate than
shit on
intuitive.
any other personality type, but it's more generally accurate logic.
But also slower.
Much slower.
Yeah.
It's the reason why I'm better at taking 3 college classes instead of 4. I will get that damn knowledge in my head, and it will be locked there, but it will take longer than most people. Sort of.
It
I
just
need
kind of
more
reminded
time
me.
to think on it.
It just kind of reminded me of like kind of like the tech field. You guys are both going directly into it. You're both really good with it, but I'm actually pretty solid at it. But it always feels like I'm a fucking idiot around you guys, and it somehow happens with that, like with every subject.
I think
I guess it just wears after a while of always being like, oh man, he's just okay at things, so he probably doesn't know what we're talking about.
I don't think
No.
that.
It's that's how it kind of feels a lot of the time, and like after enough time, when I hear things that sound like that, it really bugs me.
To me, if like I do not think that, but if it comes across that way, I think it may be because I assume people don't know what I'm talking about rather than assuming people do know what I'm talking about. Because if I assume they don't, then I can be surprised and impressed that they do. But if I assume people do, then they feel stupid because they don't. Like if they don't.
Yeah, I guess it's with the like assuming that they don't and then being like surprised. Then depending on how you say that, that can come off as condescending,
Right.
which just kind of amplifies it.
Yeah. But also I would rather be condescending than make someone feel stupid.
Fair. I guess just being a lot of condescending can be just as bad though.
Yeah.
When it builds up.
It's like I try to be neither, but if I have to pick.
I get that.
Yeah. Also,
You
I
just
don't
see
have
where
your
it came from.
I don't have your Myers-Briggs. I have mine, Blake's, Luke's, Charity's, Leonard's, Adam's, which I believe is Charity's dad, and Parker's.
Was I in that class?
Okay, just because I'm curious,
Uh-huh.
what are
Was I
charities and
asleep in that
Parkers?
class?
Charity's and Parker's. Charity is ENFP. Parker is ISFP.
ENFP. Ooh, that was too close to being ENFJ.
You were asleep in that class, Cherry. Yes.
I mean, what was I just asleep enough that like I just didn't do the assignment and Latre was like, yeah, whatever.
Wait, say
Oh.
again what Parker is?
ISFP.
ISFP.
How long does the Meyer-Briggs test take? Because we're just
Like 10,
chatting shit at
15
this
minutes.
point.
I don't know. It's not long.
There are like more advanced versions of it, yeah, but your typical one.
Free MIBT test.
Also, I think we did it before they added the like dash other thing, because that was a kind of recent addition, like in the last few years. So I don't have those.
Yeah, and also, the Myers-Briggs is just a good idea to get like an idea of what if it matches your weaknesses
This
might
wording be real
and work on it.
funky.
Because like I know that it helped me realize some of my weaknesses and be like, oh yeah, I do that a lot actually, and then try to work on that. And of course, there are other things that go into personality, but that's just a baseline, something that you can get an idea of.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure mine's changed. I'm INFP now.
INFP.
Is that? No, it's we were INTP before, right?
INTP, yes.
Yeah. No, more recently when I took it, I'm INFP.
The mediator.
Yeah, which I was satisfied by.
Yeah, that
Which is
makes
still
sense.
extremely rare.
Yeah, I was satisfied when I was like mediator, because that's kind of what I've been trying to get good at. Cause like I'm kind of good at it, but like I've been trying to like get better at it. But also then I saw like it's so rare, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm a special
I'll have to
snowflake.
retake mine, but I've got a feeling that I'm still INTP, just based off of. Yeah, just based off of looking at it and being like, yeah, that's still definitely me.
Yeah.
I like how I was arguing, yeah, but we don't have to do with this, like, thing that's been proven to kind of work. We can make a new solution, a better one. But then I do this, and it's like, do you want to use new solutions, which can prove to be better than the known ones, or to use verified solutions? And I'm like, well, the ones that work, obviously.
Yeah.
But, like, in this
no,
situation,
but also
I'm like,
idealism
we
and
have
realism.
the option.
Like,
right.
in what we're figuring out, you're going with the ideals. But in what you've experienced in your own life, like you've been going with what is realistic, I think.
Ooh, I like this one. Are you a computer or a person? Do you reach conclusions based on logical assumptions of data, uninfluenced by feelings? Or do you do it on opinions and experience about life and people?
I go with facts tempered by feelings. Like,
yeah,
facts,
but that's not an option here, really.
I know, yeah.
so it's like, I don't know, man.
Well, isn't it like on a scale of 1 to 5?
Well,
or something?
The one I have is there are 6 bubbles.
Right.
And the answers are on the left and right, and you pick based on which side you like.
Yeah.
It should be like very strongly agree on one side and very strongly disagree on the other, correct?
I would probably be on that question on the center, but like 1 bubble towards thinking.
Say the question again.
Here, I've got a better option. When I figure out how to... there's share screen.
Yeah,
that one.
Stream.
That one. There you go.
There we go. Nice. Full screen. Okay, yeah.
I'll go back up to the top.
Oh, it's towards one direction or other. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. I like that.
All right, back to what I'm doing. Not fix deadlines. Fix. Wait. They're so weirdly worded.
Also, you're still playing Fey Tactics.
Yeah, I am, but that's like in the bottom, right?
All right. I was just wondering.
Yeah, this fight has been at the start of this fight before like right when we started, but you can't save in the middle of a fight, so I've just kind of had it sitting here.
Oh my god, number 5. For me, it'd be all the way over to the other side. all the way over to the other side. Number 5.
I prefer to work with people, but occasionally I just need people to fuck off. It kind of depends on the day.
Mhm.
So basically, the way it works for me is if I have a question that I need help with, I will bring it to somebody else. But generally, it's fuck off. Let me think.
I prefer to work with people, but sometimes I just need people to go away.
I prefer to work alone unless I know that the people are good at what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
It's like I would rather work on my own than work with someone who might not know what they're doing.
So, like, number 8, these two things don't correlate, right? Or am I just not reading these right?
I don't know, I'm not looking at them.
Not to fix deadlines for a certain job, to have...
time frame to fix a program, which I should strictly uphold. To fix a program, it's essentially saying a program in which you will adhere to, like a workout program kind of thing.
Or like a code that you follow.
And then, like, not to fix deadlines for a certain job, to have a flexible time frame, like, but aren't those not really, like, those don't correlate, right? That's, like, two separate things that I'm just choosing between?
That is a question asking for the 4th letter that is very attributed to that, by the way.
Deadlines versus...
Between, P and J.
What?
It's...
Ain? What?
The INTP or INTJ, the last letter, every one of those letters means something.
Yeah.
I understand
J
that,
means
but if I
judging,
don't...
like, judging and planning.
If I don't know what those letters mean, when you
Don't
say
think about
that
what-
dictates the 4th letter, how the fuck am I supposed to know what you're talking about?
Okay,
you
that's
shouldn't,
fair.
and you shouldn't think of the results when you're taking the test.
I'm not
That is
trying to
true,
think of
and
the
I
because
should
that
results.
stop
skews them.
correcting you.
When he said between T and J, I looked at certain job, saw T and J, and I was like, Ain? He also said 4th letter, so I was like, what is it, deadlines versus program? What
Yep.
the fuck is he
Yep,
talking
that's
about?
what he's talking about. Sure is. Makes sense to me. What are you talking about? How don't you know what
I
he's
don't
talking
know, I'll
about?
pick in the middle.
How do I stop watching this? Okay, good.
Uh,
I got it.
the X stop screaming,
I
stop
got it,
streaming
I got
button.
it,
Yeah,
I got
that.
I got it. Also, are we gonna do any more with the
What
Grand
top-
Alliance right now? Or should
I
I
would like to, but I want to
Me
know...
too, but like I don't want to push it
Duke
farther
didn't
than you
want
guys
to
want
keep
to.
going a bunch. So-
Interesting. I'm looking at the keyword associations between the letters right now, and biologically, this would mean that women are more likely to lean towards F, and men are more likely to lean towards T.
If you said M, I
Yes.
was gonna be so fucking annoyed.
Which means I am a woman.
More likely, not locked.
Yes,
in.
I am more likely a woman.
Okay.
No, yeah, I saw that. And that's another thing that I was kind of satisfied by, because I like being a feminine male. I don't like being masculine. I don't like being feminine. I like being best of both worlds, you know? Which also fits with being a mediator. Yay!
Yeah, that's fair. I'm entirely somebody who just sits and thinks about something until they have the right answer.
You are very quiet all of a sudden, Luke.
Am
I noticed that.
Yes.
That is very strange. It might be a bug based off of watching a stream. It probably is.
Yeah, probably.
I have turned you
Discord's kinda stinky.
I've turned you up. Do not deafen me, please.
Okay. I will attempt not to.
Thank you. So is there anything else that you guys want to discuss now in relation to your Grand Alliance? Because if there is, I would like to, but if there isn't, I don't want to
I
like
think for the
force
time
it.
being, we've got a good idea.
Are there
We've
any
pretty much-
specific topics you still want to hit?
Who are you asking?
Luke.
Okay, yeah.
Not entirely. Basically, the only thing that I'd like wonder on is how heavily ingrained the other people, well, the other countries would want uh, the order in enforcing in their lands. Like,
My
they could
my
be-
thinking with it was, I think there is a sect that is or will be specifically dedicated to like relationships with rulers, and like also kind of like making sure that the rulers are following the rules. But I think aside from that, I was thinking the order is basically like entirely hands off unless they're needed.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, more like close relations. Do you want a monastery nearby with brothers and sisters of the order that can just be like, oh hey, yeah, we're ready and available, or do you just like have an issue, want to ring them up and then teleport in and then help you?
I think
How
I'd rather have them
ingrained in your
teleport in.
society do you want them to?
Since the Order would be viewed primarily as, like, war force, having them be in the city could be very, like...
Well, they're not just a war force. They're an entire meritocracy society on their own.
Yeah, they are very, very martial focused, or like combat and like war focused, but they also are, as Luke said, an entire functioning society, and
I
they have
understand
different
that.
sects dedicated to different aspects
And they
of society.
I understand
They
that,
have
but think about how the
incredible
civilians would think on
healers
it.
Yeah.
And extremely knowledgeable mages who would be more than willing to give their goods, well, give their skills to the society.
I think
So-
having individuals having like quarters in the palace, or like having stuff like that, like having emissaries, advisors, that kind of thing among like the nobles sort of cities, rather than like there's a garrison in the city.
And it's not even say you have to welcome in all the different sects with open arms. You could say, oh hey, we're a light-based city. We want to welcome in the really holy sect that's based on healing people. Make a smaller monastery for them.
I think Jesse's got it right though. Of only like they're dispersed sparsely where they would fit well, but having just a place for them in the cities would either have them end up being segregated because they are so different than everything around them, or they
Certain
would
of
end up
the
being viewed
sects,
as,
absolutely, yeah.
or they would just end up being viewed as like kind of the law, or like the man kind of thing, because they are going to be widely seen by the populace as like as the military. If we're not allowed to
Yes.
have a military because the order shows up to deal with things if it's an actual problem, then the order will be seen as like the military, the force. They are the firepower.
Yeah.
And if the firepower has a house a block down from you, you see, well, I'm glad that there's a tank a block away from my house all the time.
Yeah.
And that's
Okay,
just kind of
I
unsettling
can get
to
that.
civilians.
I think that
wouldn't-
a good compromise could be like, yes, having a few in the city, possibly directly advising the ruler, or like mingling among the community or nobility, and then also have like garrisons slash outposts slash like dedicated settlements kind of scattered throughout the realm.
Most people of the order would want to contribute to the community as well. So if they're there and they're not working, they're going to be around helping people.
Hmm.
That's just the idea of the order and the culture of where the order was founded.
Yeah. So for the actual one, so for the actual sect that, when I say Phoenix Brigade, like I kind of say it colloquially referring to the entire order, but there is a specific sect that I think of as the Phoenix Brigade, because they
That's
are
the
basically a
martial one, yeah?
fire. yeah, they're basically a fire brigade. Like they're kind of just stationed everywhere, kind of generalists. It's like, hey, something happens. There's probably a garrison of them within like a couple cities over at the most, and they can be there in a day. And then like if they can't deal with it, or if it's like a big emergency, then it's like they call in the other specialists.
They call in the big guns.
Well, not necessarily the big guns, but the specialists, because like the demon slaying order, yeah,
Oh, they
they'll be
call in the Allen
competent, but they're
wrench.
not going to be able to deal with undead as well as the
They
undead
call in the
guys.
right size Allen wrench.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like they go like assess the situation, deal with it if possible, call in the specialists if they can. But they're kind of like scattered throughout, like a little, like not necessarily a garrison in each town, because like as you're already saying, like certain populations would not be comfortable with that. But like just having one, like every, like basically trying to be like, they'll be able to get there quickly wherever the thing happens. Like they're somewhere nearby. Like there's always a base within 50 miles of you or something like that.
Like, they're always able to be called for, and they're always able to show up, but having them, like, in the city, like, in the city center, might just be a little bit too
So
uncomfortable
keep in mind,
for,
Yeah, and
like,
also
civilians.
the easily, like, yes, the order has teleportation aside from the teleportation circles, but it will be very, very costly for them to teleport large numbers of personnel without using one of the teleportation circles. So away from the major cities that have those circles, it's gonna be much more difficult to get large numbers of specialists anywhere. So those places especially will be where the Phoenix Brigade will come in handy.
I got ISTP,
Unless-
by the way.
ISTP.
Okay.
The mechanic.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you might want to read through your like strengths and weaknesses just to see like if they fit. Like
Yeah,
and if
it's
they do
interesting
for
for
the most part.
introspection.
Yes.
Maybe later, but back to what we're doing.
Yep.
You got me doing it, so I wanted to finish it, but now I can focus fully on this again.
Yep. ISTP, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Now all he needs is your social security number, and he'll have his file on you logged.
I mean, Luke, he could say the exact same thing about you now.
I couldn't say it. I would never say it. People
Never
may
change,
believe.
Jesse.
People may. No, I don't say that. I'm gonna change. You know what? Fuck you. I'm changing.
I was
I'm
actually
burning
about
all
to
my
say
all my
actually
little
do
black
change,
books
because
right
when
now.
you came back, you were like slightly better.
I'm burning
when-
all my little books now.
That'd
Fuck
be
you.
so sad. That's like the main Jesse.
That's
Dude,
why.
imagine Jesse without his little black books. That'd be like Luke without like a really nice computer.
I'm upgrading. I'm going digital now.
Oh shit, we can hack his black book now.
No, you can't. It's off the grid.
Good luck.
I made my own.
Actually, good fucking luck. Hacking is unless he
It's
gives
pretty
you
easy.
an in. Unless somebody gives you an in.
Yeah. Well, like hacking is really easy unless you have the bare minimum of protections in place. Then it's significantly more difficult. But
It also depends on like where he's doing this thing. Like, I'm pretty sure if he just puts it in like his Google Drive, that's gonna be a hell of a lot easier to hack than like, I don't know, just a file on his computer.
well, it's going to be basically impossible to hack, but to just like get access to it, not as difficult. Hacking and just like finding a password is different.
I think hacking is an incredibly vague term that that just encompasses far too many things.
That's true. But anyway, back to
If we're talking like getting access to, yeah, no, all you need to do is just wait for Jesse to pull a stupid around somebody and you're good.
Yeah.
Granted,
I will
he doesn't
say
do that very frequently.
Yeah, I will say I am always very careful about where and how I log in to anything.
That's fair. I frequently accidentally type my Final Fantasy XIV password into a group chat with Solaire and a friend.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Because I have the dual screen set up, and I will open up Final Fantasy XIV, type something in Discord, go back to Final Fantasy 14 because it loaded, type in my password, press enter to open the game, look over back at Discord, my password's there, I delete it and say fuck, and then go
Yeah.
back to the game and put it in.
Like, I will say, like, Blake is the only person who knows my lock screen combination for my phone, just like the pattern, and not even he knows, like, any other password for anything of mine.
Blake figured out the lock screen pattern on my phone because I left a smudge mark on my phone and he just looked really hard at it.
Yeah, that's really easy. That's why I made mine complicated, so it smudges out the smudge marks.
That's...
Mine's
I'll be-
really easy.
Okay.
Yeah, so is my mom's. So is basically everyone's.
Well, actually, mine is different now because I have a different phone. But before, it was just an L.
Yep. My mom's just a lightning bolt.
Because I didn't see
Like,
my phone.
And mine is a bow and arrow. Have fun figuring that out.
Oh shit.
oh, I'm actually trying to figure out what that would be now.
Yeah, I know. Like, actually, if you figure it out, like, I'm not going to change it because I like it. It's satisfying and thematic. And like, the reason I'm fine with Blake having that
It's the 3x3, right?
Yes. The only
Is
reason
it middle, bottom, right, and then draw a circle all the way around?
Let me get my phone. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to say right now before I even check, I'm just going to say maybe to everything because I don't want to confirm.
Or, well, I guess more top left to bottom right and then draw a circle all the way around because then it'd be more of a...
I did not have
bow
sexual
shape,
relations with that fucking password.
I may or may not have had sexual relations with that password.
It's more of if I call it on, like, first/second go, you go, you know, maybe a bow and arrow's too good of a giveaway.
No, I know it's a really good giveaway because I spent forever trying to figure out how to make one. And there's only like one or maybe two ways to do it.
Like, the first thing that came to mind was either, depending on how, like, connected you want everything to be, being either, like, top left or middle, and then going down to bottom right, and then just drawing a circle all the way around from either up, left, down, right, or just left, up, down, or right, down. Either way, I could see a bow and arrow there.
I think you're wrong. It's hard to picture what you're describing, but I think you're wrong.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to depict. It's hard to picture, like, any lock screens unless you, like,
Unless you see it.
Yeah, L is kind of easy to picture, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't even picture lightning bolt. I had no fucking clue what lightning bolt meant.
It's just pick a corner, go to the middle, go back to the edge, and then go down again. It's just a zigzag. That's all.
When I was for lightning bolt, I was thinking like corner, like upper right corner, left, down, left, down.
Yeah.
But that's like different than what you said of like.
Oh, well, that's another way to do it. That's a lot of verticals and horizontals, whereas I was thinking more diagonals. Anyway, what were we talking about?
How much the order would be like in the other cities.
Yeah.
I feel like I see it as, I feel like they'd be totally welcome to be there. It's just having them there as like this is the order's place just makes it seem too military / garrison like, just because of how the order would be associated in the rest of the to the rest of the nation. So like having them be there is fine. It's just having them all be in the same place at like a spot is where it would then come off as
like having guests is fine. Having a garrison, that's questionable.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Or even like they not even having guests. If say they want to have say that building and that's where they work or whatever, that's their place. It's if that's where they go to live, if that's where they go to work, if that is just their place and that becomes like Chinatown but instead it's Wartown, that's when it seems odd. But like when say 5 or 10 of them roll up and they're like, yeah, we just kind of want to, like, we can still do our order stuff here, we just want to live here, you know, change the pace or whatever, no one's gonna bat an eye, even if they like conglomerate it, say this place to do their orderly things. That's fine. That's just the same as someone going to work.
Have cookouts and
Yeah.
Right, no, that doesn't bother people. It's when like 15, 20 dudes roll up and you see these people that are known as like the armed forces of the nation all in
And-
one spot. That's when the civilians just go, I don't like how close like the embodiment of war is like right next to us.
And I
Even
think
if
that
they're
this could
the
be
people
another.
that guard peace.
I think this could be another thing that is more on a local, individual level,
That
rather
very
than
well could
like
be a local individual
alliance-wide.
level. Yeah, and
Yeah, true.
that might be the thing, but at the very least, as like me as Jerry, that's how I would see it. So that's just how I see it as a civilian, because I'm not looking at as Virgo there. I'm looking as civilian,
Mhm.
because I think Virgo totally fine with that.
Because he trusts.
Well, not just he
the
trusts.
people.
He also
Virgo-
knows military stuff.
Yeah,
Yes.
Virgo is like his entire nation's based off of if you can't carry your own weight, get the fuck out. So like, he knows they can carry their own weight. If they're in his society, they're there because they're contributing to it. Because if they end up there and they're not doing anything, like they just sit around all day, then the order's gonna get a call like, so why the fuck are your dudes here if all they do is sit around and eat our food?
Yeah, no. They would definitely not do that.
Right, I get that, but that's why Virgo's not gonna have a problem with it. I'm looking at it from like a civilian in a society's thought process. If I see 20 soldiers sharing like a building just in the city, I look at that place and I'm like, I don't want to be near that place because that place just emanates the aura of no.
This place reeks of violence.
Right,
Or of-
this place just reeks of violence and war, and I don't want to be near it.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think
Yeah,
public
a
perception of that
garrison-
may change over time, and probably will. Because like
And I
right
guess-
now, they're basically just a reminder of the atrocities of the War of the Witch King. But over time, it's like, oh yeah, these guys are the heroes that protect us from monsters.
Also, yeah, I guess a garrison is not something that would be fitting. But like a monastery for, say, the more peaceful sects, the ones that are there for, like blessings and kind of thing.
Well, not even just them. Like I think they'd be openly accepted as the people. It's like because I don't think any of the nations have any like real look at the order outside of the ones that showed up for war. Until they are more like interspersed with everyone and everyone understands what the order is as a whole, then that's when they'll understand, all right, those people aren't just warmongers. Because all anyone from the nation has seen so far is you guys showed up as super-powered warriors compared to the rest of the armies.
Mhm.
No
A
one
lot of
saw
ass
like
and then went away, kind of.
right, like no one saw these peaceful ones that like are healers. No one saw these really academic ones that are just really smart. No one saw all these other aspects of the order. They've only seen the super dangerous war ones.
Yep.
And until that's like explained and intermingled and just everyone gets it, that's just kind of how the order as a whole will be seen.
Mhm.
So it would take time for them to really be able to fully integrate into cities because just it would take time for people to understand.
And I do know that when the Wilderness Campaign was played, that exclusively warlike perception of the Order still existed, at least far to the east. Like, I don't know if it exists in this area, but like on the other side of the known world, like they're still just thought of as like warriors.
And by other side of the known world, you mean on Land, right? I think that's
Yes.
what the
Yes,
yeah.
but,
So
but
like
also on
whole nother continent.
yeah, but also in the no, Land is the current continent that you're
Okay.
in.
By
Also,
far east, I thought you meant like the other continent where we were exploring on Terra Vita.
no, like Galenia, Kyoshi, at least like the eastern parts of Kyoshi, and also the colonies that you were exploring. Pretty much exclusively just think of them as warriors. But that's only like a couple hundred years in the future. But I think that perception of them is definitely, like, depending on what happens in those centuries, it might not change, but I expect it to change in this area.
I'm sure it'll change over time. It's just one of those,
Yeah.
like, if that is to be a thing, it would have to be integrated over time, not right away.
Yeah. Public perception is a lethargic beast. So, anything else right now? And like,
No, I think we're good.
yeah, and if you guys think of anything, like I said to Jason, feel free to put it in the Discord.
I'd
Preferably,
be down to keep going for a while on just, I come up with a topic, we work on it, but
Yeah.
if it's just you and me, I think that's kind of...
I agree. Yeah, I
against the
don't
point
I
at
don't
that-
want to do it
at
if
that
it's just the two of us.
And I was
Yeah.
planning to dip out, so.
Yep.
I know, that's why I wanted to, like, is there another thing you want to do before you leave? So,
No, I think we're good.
Sounds good.
should we plan to do anything like this next week, or should we plan for me to,
I'm thinking
pretty
of
much get
this
back?
as over.
Alright?
Yeah, and in terms of like official meetings or and stuff like that regarding this campaign, I'm not planning on any more. But like, if people have ideas, then like DM me, Discord, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I know that Rocky and Jason aren't here, but I'll just give you guys the heads up. The first part of my session will definitely be me asking the group, what are we doing on the off weeks? Because I would like to keep it an off week kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because that was just so much better for, like, just in general, just
Yeah.
having off weeks.
Absolutely.
We could just do it every other week.
That it's not the every other week that made it different or like better. It was the fact that it was 1 week I'm the DM and then 1 week I get to like have fun and play. But then
Yeah.
if we just do it every other week, I'm still just the DM.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. And like even if it's until something larger picture can